Welcome to Infinite Novel Audio. Like, subscribe, and enjoy this video. Chapter 101, Qian Xunji condenses a soul core. Chrysanthemum Ghost, did you too see the process of chakra condensing a soul core clearly? Qian Xunji's gaze swept over Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who were standing in attendance on either side. Reporting to His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, your subordinate saw it clearly, Chrysanthemum Douluo replied with a bow, his tone carrying an irrepressible excitement. Your subordinate saw it as well, Ghost Douluo followed immediately, his voice also tinged with excitement. Are you willing to condense soul cores? Qian Xunji asked. We are willing, the two said in unison, their eyes flashing with eager light. They had personally felt that pressure of a titled Douluo when chakra broke through. The divine effects of the soul core had long since made them itch with anticipation. Then the two of you do it together, I am in a hurry. The two were greatly shocked upon hearing this, the excitement on their faces instantly freezing. Together. The danger when chakra was condensing his soul core just now was still fresh in their minds. If the two of them did it simultaneously, wouldn't the risk be multiplied? If you two condense at the same time, I can still control it. It is fine, Qian Xunji's tone was extremely confident. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged a glance, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. Since His Holiness was certain, they had no reason to shrink back. The two no longer hesitated and sat cross-legged. Following the method taught by Qian Xunji, they began to draw in the energy of heaven and earth. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth was like a guided stream, continuously converging toward the two of them. Qian Xunji acted once more, his spirit power surging as he mobilized all the energy around the Supreme Pontiff Palace, pouring it into the hall like a rushing river to provide sufficient energy support for the two. 3 hours later, Qian Xunji looked at the two embryonic soul cores floating in front of them and nodded inwardly. As expected, the stronger the strength, the easier it is to condense a soul core. Seeing that the progress of the two soul cores had stalled slightly, he extended his mental force, precisely coordinating with their spirit power circulation to guide the compression and refinement of energy. After another 2 hours, the two soul cores finally took shape, emitting a warm and gentle luster. Under Qian Xunji's guidance, the soul cores slowly merged into the bodies of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. The spirit power and soul cores within their bodies fused rapidly, and their originally stagnant bottlenecks actually showed signs of loosening. They stood up at the same time and bowed deeply to Qian Xunji. Thank you for the gift, Your Holiness. The benefits of the soul core were real. The two had consumed immortal herbs and undergone years of bitter cultivation, their spirit power having been compressed once long ago, yet they were stuck at rank 95, unable to break through. Now, having fused with the soul cores, they clearly felt their spirit power circulating more smoothly, and their accumulation speed greatly increased. Within a year, they would surely break through to become rank 96 Super Douluos. Your soul cores are complete, you may leave now. If anything happens, go directly to the enshrinement hall to find the second enshrined. Qian Xunji waved his hand. Before his voice had even faded, his figure vanished from the spot, reappearing inside a secret chamber deep within the Supreme Pontiff Palace. By helping them condense their soul cores, I have basically mastered this method. It is time to condense one for myself. Feeling the surging spirit power within his body, a hint of anticipation flashed in Qian Xunji's eyes. I wonder how much of an improvement this soul core can bring me. Soon, energy surged within the Supreme Pontiff Palace. The commotion, several times larger than the previous 2 times soul cores, were condensed. The energy of heaven and earth converged like a raging sea. The energy of their entire spirit city fluctuated because of it, and a faint energy vortex even appeared above the roof of the hall, holy and majestic. Within the angel's secret realm, Qian Douluo held a void mirror, which clearly reflected the scene of Qian Xunji condensing a soul core. His brow twitched slightly as he murmured, "Where did Jia find this condensation method? The boost this soul core gives to a spirit master is actually so significant." He had already sensed the energy fluctuations back when chakra was condensing his soul core. In Spirit City, the closer he was to the angel statue in the enshrinement hall, the more acute his perception became. This was his privilege as the high priest. Here, he controlled everything like a divine official. This void mirror Jia gave me is quite useful. It can fight, control, and support, and it even comes with a locking function. Qian Douluo put away the mirror and looked down at Qian Renxue, who was cultivating on the stone steps below. The young girl sat cross-legged, her spirit power intertwining with the surrounding holy energy as her aura grew steadily. Xirozu really is stubborn, but there are still over 5 years left, that is enough. 3 days later in the secret chamber, a small soul core floated between Qian Xunji's hands. It was golden all over, flowing with a holy luster. It was still continuously absorbing external energy, the patterns on its surface becoming clearer, pulsating slightly as if it were alive. 7 days later, Chakra arrived at the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Seeing Ghost Douluo waiting outside the hall, he hurried forward. "Your Excellency, is the Supreme Pontiff inside?" "The Supreme Pontiff ordered me to wait for you here. Let's go, follow me to the Stardew Great Forest." Ghost Douluo waved his hand. "There is no need to call me Your Excellency anymore. You are a titled Douluo now as well." "I trouble you then, Elder Ghost," Chakra replied respectfully, his eyes unable to hide the joy of becoming a titled Douluo and his yearning for the future. The two of them descended the mountain side by side, speeding off in the direction of the Stardew Great Forest. Half a month later, the energy fluctuations in the Supreme Pontiff Palace finally subsided. In the secret chamber, Qian Xunji was closing his eyes to stabilize the soul core within his body. This soul core carried a dense holy attribute, fitting perfectly with his angel spirit. Floating at his middle dantian, it shone with brilliant golden light and spun frantically, getting the spirit power in his body to travel through his meridians in a regular pattern. With every cycle, the spirit power became even more refined. After several more days, the soul core was completely stabilized, merging with his body and spirit power as one. "The improvement the soul core brings to me is actually limited." Qian Xunji felt the changes in his body and frowned slightly. Spirit power storage capacity increased by about 20%, and absorption speed increased by 30%. "Unfortunately, the energy of this Douluo Continent is too thin. At my current realm, demand already exceeds supply. This slight increase in recovery speed is almost useless unless I go to the God realm." He shook his head, then felt relieved. Being able to increase spirit power by 20% is already rare. If I condense one for each of the enshrined, it will surely greatly strengthen the foundation of Spirit Hall. With that, he rose and walked out of the secret chamber, left the Supreme Pontiff Palace, and headed toward the enshrinement hall. Inside the enshrinement hall, Qian Xunji brought Chrysanthemum Douluo to the center of the main hall. The 6 enshrined, including Golden Crocodile, Qian Jun, and Jiang Mo, were all gathered. Gold Crocodile Douluo spoke first, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. "Supreme Pontiff, have you come to us because there is some mission?" The other enshrined also looked toward Qian Xunji, one after another. "I have asked you uncles to come, because there is an opportunity I wish to share with the enshrined." Qian Xunji's voice echoed in the hall. "Supreme Pontiff, what opportunity?" Qian Jun Douluo had the most impatient personality and couldn't help but press for an answer. "Chrysanthemum, you tell them." Qian Xunji looked at Chrysanthemum Douluo beside him. Chrysanthemum Douluo took a step forward and said loudly, "Lords enshrined, His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff has found a secret technique called Thessal Core. This object requires using mental force to communicate with the energy of heaven and earth, supplemented by spirit power to condense it. Although it cannot directly increase combat power, it can greatly increase spirit power storage and speed up spirit power recovery." Ghost Douluo Chakra. "And I have already successfully condensed them. Now, the smoothness of our spirit power circulation is far superior to before." As he spoke, he circulated the soul core within his body, and a warm yet heavy energy fluctuation spread out, clearly entering the perception of every enshrined. All the enshrined were shocked, and a sharp light flashed in Gold Crocodile Douluo's eyes. He took a step forward to perceive it carefully, then sucked in a breath of cold air. What a strong foundational boost. With this soul core, our endurance will be greatly increased. We will no longer have to worry about running out of spirit power after using a few sets of spirit abilities like before. Qian Jun and Jiang Mo exchanged a look, both seeing shock and excitement in each other's eyes. The other enshrined also couldn't hide their joy, their breathing becoming a bit rapid. "I will tell you the method of condensing a soul core. With your cultivation, you do not need my assistance from the side." Qian Xunji's voice rang out again, suppressing the commotion in the hall. Condensing a soul core requires mental force as a guide to draw in the energy of heaven and earth, using spirit power as a binder to continuously compress and refine. He explained the condensation method in detail, from the angle of energy attraction to the intensity of spirit power compression, and then to the secrets of mental force control, orderly and exhaustive. The enshrined held their breath and listened intently, for fear of missing a single word. In the main hall, only Qian Xunji's steady voice remained echoing, accompanied by the increasingly fervent gazes of the enshrined. Chapter 102, the titled Douluo Duel in Heaven-Du City. The rooftops of Heaven-Du City resembled waves of dark ink. Elder Chrysanthemum and Douluo stood on opposite roof ridges. 9 spirit rings suddenly surged from beneath their feet, their intertwined halos of yellow, purple, and black piercing through the twilight. The street below instantly emptied by more than half. The few remaining figures huddled in street corners or behind doors, fingers digging desperately into wall cracks, their breathing so shallow it was almost inaudible. No one had expected that titled Douluo, figures usually confined to legends, would suddenly confront each other in the very heart of Heaven-Du City. The invisible pressure of their auras made window lattices rattle and roof tiles clatter down. "Old poison, you disregard the Supreme Pontiff and scorn the Spirit Hall," Elder Chrysanthemum said, twirling a half-bloomed chrysanthemum leisurely between his fingers. Yet his tone was icy. "Don't think that just because Heaven-Du protects you, we wouldn't dare touch you. Hand over the 10,000-year spirit bone, and I might consider it your apology. I could even put in a good word for you before His Eminence, the Supreme Pontiff." Douluo's black robe flapped wildly in the wind, his face ashen. "Chrysanthemum Guan, spare me the false accusations. Who doesn't see you covet my spirit bone, and you think you're fit to represent the spirit hall? You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The chrysanthemum at Elder Chrysanthemum's fingertips suddenly exploded, its pink petals sharp as blades. "Then don't blame me for not being polite." Fourth spirit ability, solitary admiration. A net woven of countless petals, emitting a sharp whistle, shot towards Douluo. His pupils contracted sharply, his 5th spirit ring blazed to life. 5th spirit ability, emerald phosphorus purple mist. Deep purple poisonous mist surged forth like a living creature, colliding with the petal barrage. A silent explosion blossomed midair. The shockwave transformed into a gale that swept downwards, sending shop doors flying. Several poorly concealed figures cried out, tumbling head over heels. A child pinned beneath them wailed in fright, the sound shattering in the roaring wind. "Quick, report to Prince Su Exing," a general in armor roared, grabbing a nearby soldier. His armor plates clanged. Tell him a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall is fighting Lord Poison Douluo in the city." The soldier scrambled away, his boots scraping an ear-piercing sound against the stone pavement. Shouts erupted all around like a boiling pot. "My shop, all the new stock I just got is ruined." The silk merchant clung to his doorframe, weeping. Silks and satins were tangled around broken beams like torn, colorful butterflies. "Heavens, are they trying to tear down Heaven-Du City?" An old man selling sugar paintings crouched on the ground, trembling as he picked up his shattered copper pot. Molten sugar syrup oozed onto the ground, gluing several broken tiles together. "Look, they're fighting." A young spirit master in martial attire clung to a wall, eyes wide. "Those are spirit abilities, titled Douluo spirit abilities. That purple mist is corrosive. The petals can slice through stone slabs. Incredible." His companion, struck on the shoulder by a falling tile, grimaced in pain but refused to retreat. "This is true power. To witness this even once in our lifetime is worth it." Mid-air, Elder Chrysanthemum's petals and Douluo's poison mist clashed repeatedly. Roof ridges were shattered to pieces. Wooden beams trailing sparks plummeted to the ground, crashing through the roofs of 2 shops. The 2 figures darted between the rooftops, black robes and purple mist intertwined. Every contact erupted with blinding light, tearing gashes in the deepening dusk. Douluo glanced at the devastation below, his brow furrowing slightly. He spoke gravelly to Elder Chrysanthemum. "Chrysanthemum Guan, do you dare follow me?" "Why wouldn't I dare? A mere 91st rank titled Douluo like you can't possibly turn the world upside down," Elder Chrysanthemum sneered, utterly unconcerned. "HMPH, follow if you're not afraid to die." Douluo ceased prolonging the fight. His figure blurred, leaping across rooftops as he sped towards the outskirts of Heaven-Du City. "Old poison, don't you run." Elder Chrysanthemum shot after him like lightning. The two figures quickly vanished over the horizon. They're gone, finally gone. A portly middle-aged man stared at his silk shop, now reduced to a mere frame. He slumped to the ground, wailing loudly, "My house, my life's work. So spectacular, is this what titled Douluo are like, simply incredible." A young spirit master's face was flushed with excitement, his words tumbling out incoherently. "Those spirit abilities, that speed, if only I had that power." "Spectacular, thank the heavens your house wasn't demolished," someone nearby retorted irritably. "Go check on your own shop instead of just gawking." Why would the spirit hall suddenly trouble Lord Douluo? Could it be for that legendary 10,000-year spirit bone of his? Hard to say, with these two big shots fighting, Heavenly City probably won't be peaceful anymore. Deep within the forest outside Heavenly City, by a clear stream, stood a simple wooden table with two chairs. On the table sat a wine pot and two cups. Over a nearby campfire, 100-year-old lightning rabbit sizzled, dripping with oil and filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Douluo and Elder Chrysanthemum sat facing each other, not a trace of their earlier hostility remaining. "Elder Chrysanthemum, my apologies for the offense earlier. Please do not take it to heart." Douluo picked up his wine cup, drained it in one gulp, his tone carrying a hint of remorse. "I punish myself with this drink." "Poison Douluo, you are too courteous." Elder Chrysanthemum waved a hand with a smile and also took a sip from his cup. "We each have our duties, think nothing of it." "Elder Chrysanthemum," Douluo set his cup down, a trace of eagerness on his face. "When can I return to Spirit City?" "Poison Douluo, isn't staying in Heavenly City agreeable?" Elder Chrysanthemum teased. "You receive a salary from the Spirit Hall each year, plus benefits from the Heavenly royalty. Getting paid by both sides with little work, it's practically an early retirement." Douluo gave a bitter smile, a touch of helplessness in his eyes. "Elder Chrysanthemum, you jest. Gold coins are nothing but numbers to us titled Douluo. We the titled should prioritize improving our strength. How can we rest content with the status quo?" "You should be content. The Spirit Hall hasn't shortchanged you on resources," Elder Chrysanthemum said lightly. "Continue like this, and you're bound to achieve another breakthrough within 10 years. Douluo shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Ordinary resources offer too slow an improvement for titled Douluo. They're far less direct than pure natural energy. After spending so long at the ice and fire yin-yang well, and then experiencing the dense natural energy at the Supreme Pontiff Palace, returning to Heavenly City. The energy here isn't even half of what the ice and fire yin-yang well offers, let alone compared to the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Poison Douluo, perform His Eminence the Supreme Pontiff's tasks well. As long as you do, you'll be transferred back to Spirit City sooner or later." Elder Chrysanthemum's tone grew a shade more serious. "Elder Chrysanthemum, please enlighten me." Douluo leaned forward slightly, his eyes full of inquiry. "What exactly am I supposed to do in Heavenly City? Infiltrate the Heavenly royalty? Are they even worthy?" A flicker of disdain, carrying the pride of a titled Douluo, passed through his eyes. "How can we presume to guess His Eminence the Supreme Pontiff's decisions?" Elder Chrysanthemum picked up his wine cup, gently swirling the liquid inside. "You just need to do your job well. I came here primarily for two things. First, to deliver this year's resources. Second, to poison the Heavenly Crown Prince and Third Prince. Just those two things, nothing else." Douluo was stunned, his face full of astonishment. "Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to Infinite Novel Audio. To be precise, just kill two princes. That's far too easy." He actually felt a bit uneasy inside. Such a simple task, had he already been sidelined by the Spirit Hall? It held no challenge whatsoever. "For these two you must use slow-acting poison. Kill them gradually, preferably one per year," Elder Chrysanthemum instructed, "and make sure no one discovers they were poisoned. It must be seamless." "That's simple." A confident smile appeared on Douluo's face as he patted his chest. "I may not have many skills, but when it comes to poison, I'm a professional, guaranteed to be undetectable. No one will find out." One more thing," Elder Chrysanthemum added. "You must ensure the second Prince Su Qingha ascends smoothly. Give him a subtle push from the shadows. Don't let anyone know your true purpose. On the surface, you remain aligned with Prince Su Xing. Rest assured, Elder Chrysanthemum." Douluo nodded in agreement. Such a small matter, leave it to me. He picked up the wine pot, refilled Elder Chrysanthemum's cup, and said with a smile, "This is a famous wine from Heaven Do City, thousands of gold coins per pot. Consider it a local specialty." Elder Chrysanthemum, you've traveled thousands of miles. I have little to offer in hospitality, so please accept a few cups of wine. I have over 10 more pots here. Please take them back to savor slowly. Elder Chrysanthemum looked at the clear wine in his cup and teased with a smile, "Poison Douluo, are you trying to bribe me? Though this wine is indeed good, clearer and crisper than those strong liquors in Spirit City." Elder Chrysanthemum, you jest. Douluo hurriedly waved his hands, his tone sincere. You trouble yourself to make this trip every year, and I rarely get the chance to properly welcome you. This humble wine is merely a token of my gratitude. Please do not refuse. He understood clearly. Elder Chrysanthemum was a favorite of the Supreme Pontiff. His future standing within the Spirit Hall would inevitably rely on the other's favor. This small gesture could not be spared. Seeing his earnest attitude, Elder Chrysanthemum stopped declining. He raised his cup and clinked it with Douluo's. "Since that's the case, I'll graciously accept. I'll remember your kindness." The stream babbled, the campfire crackled. The aroma of roasted rabbit and wine intertwined, spreading through the quiet forest. The two titled Douluo raised their cups and drank together. Chapter 103, Tang Xiao becomes sect master. Tang San reveals his secrets. At the Clear Sky Sect's assembly square, the atmosphere was solemn. The 6 elders, clad in black robes, wore grave expressions. Tang Hao stood to one side, his gaze still sharp. Tang San, dressed in a blue robe, stood quietly beside his father. Surrounding them were the elite disciples of the Clear Sky Sect, and the core disciples from its 4 subsidiary sects. Over 1,000 people had gathered, their eyes fixed on the high platform at the center of the square. Today was the day Tang Xiao would succeed as sect master. There was no elaborate ceremony for the change of leadership. Tang Xiao, dressed in practical attire, walked slowly up to the high platform. He surveyed the crowd below, his voice steady and powerful, echoing across the square. "Everyone, our Clear Sky Sect is currently in a weakened state. The 2 empires watch us like tigers eyeing their prey, the 2 other great sects monitor us covertly, and the Spirit Hall presses in step by step. Father has passed away, and the heavy burden of the sect now rests on our shoulders." He took a deep breath, a blazing light flashing in his eyes. "But our Clear Sky Sect has never been a soft persimmon to be bullied by anyone. Grandfather established our sect's dominance over the world with the Clear Sky Hammer, creating the illustrious reputation of the #1 sect under heaven. He didn't achieve that by retreating or yielding, but with the hammer in his hand and the courage in his heart. Father is gone, but the backbone he left behind remains. From today onward, I, Tang Xiao, upon succeeding as sect master of the Clear Sky Sect, will make the revitalization of our sect my life's mission. Even if the road ahead is paved with knives and fire, or leads into a bottomless abyss, I, Tang Xiao, will be the first to cross it. I will let the world know that the Clear Sky Sect still stands, and the majesty of the Clear Sky Hammer shall not be trampled upon. We are willing to follow the sect master in revitalizing the sect. We are willing to follow the sect master in revitalizing the sect." A deafening roar instantly erupted from below. Tang Hao clenched his fists tightly, a long-absent fire igniting in his eyes. The 6 elders stroked their beards and nodded, their eyes revealing a gratified expression. The young disciples were even more fired up, each rubbing their hands in anticipation, eager to charge into battle immediately to restore the sect's honor. Tang San's gaze passed over the crowd, looking towards the distant, mist-shrouded mountains. That was Tang Zhen's final resting place. That grandfather had truly treated him well. A little over a month ago, upon receiving news of Tang Zhen's critical illness, he had rushed back to the Clear Sky Sect without stopping, fortunate enough to make it in time for a final meeting. Not long after, Tang Zhen breathed his last, unable to witness today's succession. After Tang Zhen's passing, his uncle, Tang Xiao, tearfully extracted 3 spirit bones from his body. Those 3 spirit bones emitted dense waves of energy, clearly all top-tier spirit bones over 50,000 years old. "Brother Hao Little San, father's 3 spirit bones, we 3 shall each take 1, Tang Xiao had said at the time, his voice choked with emotion as he held the spirit bones. "Elder brother, you are about to succeed as sect master. You're only 1 step away from returning to the rank of titled Douluo, and this is precisely when you need spirit bones. You should take mine, Tang Hao said without hesitation. Brother Hao Yu, Tang Xiao was stunned, his eyes flickering with emotion and hesitation. Elder brother, the Clear Sky sect cannot afford any more setbacks now. We must have a titled Douluo standing guard. Tang Hao's tone was exceptionally firm. Looking at the resolve in Tang Hao's eyes and then at the spirit bones in his hands, Tang Xiao finally nodded heavily, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. For the sake of the sect, he couldn't afford to be sentimental. Tang San looked at the 3 spirit bones, then at Tang Xiao's weary yet resolute face, and finally spoke. Uncle, you should absorb mine as well. Absolutely not, Tang Xiao immediately refused, handing one of the spirit bones, a head bone emitting a brilliant light, to Tang San. Little San, you are the future of the Clear Sky sect. The earlier you absorb a spirit bone, the better. This 60,000-year head bone is most suitable for you. Tang San was about to say more, but Tang Xiao placed a hand on his shoulder, his tone heavy and earnest. Little San, your talent is evident to all. To possess such cultivation at such a young age, and even create your own spirit abilities, your future is limitless. Only when you become strong can you lead the Clear Sky sect back to its former heights. This is your responsibility and the expectation of all of us. Seeing the hope in his uncle's eyes and his father's silent approval, Tang San could only reluctantly accept the spirit bone. Clenching his fist, he said solemnly, Little San will not fail the sect's trust. Later, Tang Xiao absorbed 2 spirit bones over 50,000 years old. His spirit power recovered to the 92nd rank, making him the Clear Sky sect's only titled Douluo. Injecting a shot of adrenaline into the storm-tossed sect. His thoughts returned to the present. Looking at the somewhat sparse crowd on the square, Tang San felt a surge of complex emotions. Compared to the Clear Sky sect in his memories from his previous life, the current situation was much better. At least the 4 subsidiary sects were still present. But over the years, the Clear Sky sect's assets had dwindled, resources had become increasingly difficult to gather, and fewer than 100 peripheral disciples joined the sect annually, far less than 1/10 of the number during its peak. Back then, over 1,000 spirit masters joined each year, all at the rank of spirit elder or above, with untapped potential. Today, for the change of sect master, not a single external force had come to offer congratulations. It wasn't that they didn't want to come, but that the Clear Sky sect had not invited them. After all, Tang Zhen's untimely demise was inextricably linked to the rumors circulating several years prior. Someone had spread information across the continent, claiming that the Clear Sky sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had been defeated by Qian Renxue. Not long after, news of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's defeat also surfaced. The blow to the 3 great sects was devastating, especially for the Clear Sky sect. The plaque declaring number 1 sect under heaven brought not only glory, but also a heavy shackle. Spirit Hall, a deep-seated rage flashed in Tang San's eyes as he clenched his fists. All of this is because of you. He felt a surge of frustration. With such a perfect starting hand, how had things come to this? In his memories from his previous life, although the Clear Sky sect had also declined, it had never been in such a sorry state. But he quickly calmed down. He knew a fair amount about the changes in Heaven Du. Years ago, Du Gubo had gone to the Spirit Hall. Dissatisfied with the Spirit Hall's conferment of titles to the world's titled Douluo, and possessing a top-quality 10,000-year spirit bone, he had been pursued by the Spirit Hall. After fleeing to Heaven Du City, it was Prince Xu Xing who had resolved the situation for him. Since then, Du Gubo had remained in Heaven Du. Very good old poison, that's just like you. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Tang San's mouth, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Just wait, we'll meet again soon. Du Gubo's individual combat prowess might not be top tier, but his poisons could make enemies tremble with fear. A spirit Douluo poisoned by him wouldn't die immediately, but they would definitely be unable to defeat him. This great weapon had to be secured in his own hands. Several hours later, the ceremony concluded and the crowd dispersed. Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang San entered the inner hall, dismissing everyone else. After a moment of silence, Tang San spoke first, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. Father, uncle, do you know about gods? Both Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were startled. They exchanged a glance, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Tang Hao was the first to ask, Little San, where did you hear about gods? Father, when I was young, I often heard a person's voice in my mind, Tang San said slowly. He said he was a god and taught me a lot of knowledge, including the hidden weapons I usually craft and those self-created spirit abilities. They were all taught by him. Little San, are you telling the truth? Tang Hao asked excitedly, gripping Tang San's shoulders. His hands trembled slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. A god, that was a legendary existence. Tang Xiao also stared intently at Tang San, his gaze sharp, holding his breath as he awaited the answer. It's true, Tang San met their gazes, his eyes frank and open. Otherwise, how could I know so many self-created spirit abilities? Moreover, my spirit was modified by that god. He wasn't lying. His spirit had indeed been transformed by the divine thought from his previous life, the god in his heart, resulting in a beneficial mutation. Good, excellent. Tang Xiao's face broke into an expression of wild joy. Our Clear Sky sect is now a sect watched over by a god. They hadn't been unaware of Tang San's unusual behavior since childhood. How could a child of a few years possess such extraordinary intelligence and ability? Aside from divine guidance, there was no other explanation, especially his two spirits, both of which had undergone beneficial mutations, further confirming this. Tang Hao took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. His voice trembled slightly. That god, did he say anything else? Did he mention how a Clear Sky sect should revitalize itself? Father, uncle, that one also told me many secrets, Tang San continued. For example, about great-grandfather, and the agreement between Senior Qian Renxue and Senior Bo Saixi regarding godhood, as well as the wager between great-grandfather and Qian Renxue. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao exchanged another glance, the shock in their eyes deepening. These matters were known only to them and the core members of the Spirit Hall's Qian family. It was impossible for outsiders to know. This further solidified their belief that Tang San truly had divine guidance behind him. Inside the inner hall, the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy, yet also tinged with excitement. The existence of a god brought a faint, yet hopeful, glimmer of dawn to this sect on the brink of decline. Chapter 104, The Whereabouts of Tang Chen. Little San, does that god know where grandfather is? Tang Xiao's voice carried a hint of imperceptible trembling, his eyes filled with anticipation. In his heart, only a super Douluo like his grandfather, Tang Chen, could check and balance Spirit Hall, and allow the Clear Sky sect to truly regain its former majesty. He did say. Tang San nodded. Really? Tang Hao and Tang Xiao looked at him simultaneously, their eyes full of shock and urgency, their bodies leaning forward slightly, afraid of missing a single word. Great-grandfather is in Slaughter City, Tang San said slowly. Back then, for the sake of the vow to become a god, he went to Slaughter City to seek the god position legacy, and eventually found the Asura god's legacy, obtaining the 9 Asura trials. Then how is grandfather now? Has he completed the 9 trials? Tang Hao pressed. The Asura god's legacy, that was the opportunity to become a god. Tang San's expression darkened, and his tone carried a touch of gravity. No, during the 8th Asura trial, great-grandfather was ambushed by a 9-headed bat emperor, and that beast occupied great-grandfather's physical body. What? Tang Xiao stood up abruptly, the chair tipping over backward, making a harsh sound. He roared furiously, the 9-headed bat emperor. How dare it, that damnable spirit beast! Tang Hao's spirit power erupted suddenly, his black robes fluttering without wind, and his eyes burned with raging fury. To dare to desecrate grandfather's body, I will definitely smash it into 10,000 pieces. Tang Xiao took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, his voice carrying a hint of despair and fear. Then grandfather, is he already? No, Tang San immediately shook his head, his tone certain. Great-grandfather's cultivation is profound. The 9-headed bat emperor only controlled his physical body. Great-grandfather's soul, due to resisting, fell into a slumber and did not dissipate. Little San, is there a way to wake grandfather up? Tang Xiao asked hurriedly, hope reigniting in his eyes. Yes, Tang San nodded. As long as we use energy with extreme holy attributes, we can awaken great-grandfather's soul. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao looked at each other, the hope that had just ignited in their eyes dimming again. Extreme holy attributes. On the continent, only the Qian family of Spirit Hall possessed the angel spirit, which could potentially give birth to such energy. But they were at odds with Spirit Hall like fire and water. How would the Qian family help them? Both of their eyes were filled with helplessness and bitterness. Father, uncle, there is another way. Seeing this, Tang San spoke up at the right moment. What method? The two asked in unison. Subdue great-grandfather. Tang San's tone was exceptionally firm. As long as we can subdue the controlled great-grandfather, I have a way to awaken his soul. Subdue great-grandfather. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao wore strange expressions, as if they had heard a fantasy. When grandfather left, he was already a level 99 Super Douluo, based on the current Clear Sky sect. Wasn't this just sending themselves to their deaths? Tang Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head, and Tang Hao also furrowed his brows, clearly thinking this idea was too absurd. Father, uncle, you don't know, Tang San explained. After the nine-headed Bat Emperor occupied great-grandfather's body, it became the current ruler of Slaughter City, the Slaughter King. What? The Slaughter King is grandfather? Tang Hao exclaimed, his face full of astonishment. Impossible, I have seen the Slaughter King. He doesn't look like grandfather at all, and his aura is completely different. He was a slaughter god of Slaughter City, and he had a very deep impression of that mysterious Slaughter King. That cold and sinister aura was completely different from grandfather's domineering majesty. Father, after the nine-headed Bat Emperor occupied great-grandfather's body, great-grandfather's physical body underwent a mutation. Tang San continued. Now that it controls great-grandfather's body, it can at most exert the power of level 96. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about Slaughter City is that you cannot use spirit rings. But you have the Slaughter God domain. Not only can you use spirit rings there, but you can also let us use spirit rings. In this way, we might not have no chance. But even so, level 96 is not something we can contend with now. Tang Xiao still frowned. A level 96 Super Douluo, could they easily shake that? Seeing this, Tang San knew the groundwork was done, and it was finally time to cut to the chase. His tone carried a trace of mystery. Uncle, that god told me that in the depths of the Sunset Forest, there is a treasure land, where countless rare medicinal herbs grow, as well as legendary immortal herbs, enough to improve a spirit master's physique. As long as we get the immortal herbs and consume them, Father will definitely be able to return to the titled Douluo realm within a year. By then, Father, Uncle, and I will go to Slaughter City together, and we will definitely be able to awaken great-grandfather. Are those immortal herbs really that miraculous? A flash of emotion crossed Tang Hao's eyes. He was currently a level 88 Spirit Douluo. Having been at this realm for a year, if he could really break through to titled Douluo within a year with the help of immortal herbs, that would be an opportunity like a fantasy. Immortal herbs are things that only exist in the God realm. It is only because the environment in the depths of the Sunset Forest is special that they were able to be nurtured, Tang San explained. Immortal herbs are not of much use to powerful titled Douluo, but for spirit masters before the titled Douluo level, their effects are extremely significant, capable of cleansing the marrow and cutting the bones, greatly enhancing potential. In that case, little San brother Hao, let us set off today and head to the Sunset Forest. Tang Xiao made a prompt decision, his eyes flashing with determination. Uncle, you have just taken over as sect master, and now you are going out. Tang San feigned hesitation. The immortal herbs are paramount, and this matter concerns grandfather and the future of the Clear Sky sect, so we must be quick. Tang Xiao interrupted him, his tone firm. The sect has 6 elders sitting in command, so it is fine. Tang Hao also nodded in agreement. Big brother is right. The sooner we get the immortal herbs, the sooner we will have certainty. There is no time to lose. Let us prepare and set off immediately. All right, Tang San replied, a flash of imperceptible light crossing his eyes. The immortal herbs in the Sunset Forest would not only improve his father and uncle's strength, but they were also a crucial link in his plan. As long as he could get those immortal herbs, the Clear Sky sect's strength would surely increase greatly, and they would have more confidence in opposing Spirit Hall. All right, Tang San replied, though ripples had already risen in his heart. He could finally go to the ice and fire Yin Yang well to take the immortal herbs. He had long known of the existence of the ice and fire Yin Yang well, and the reason he had delayed acting was that the time was not yet ripe. Before he was 6 years old, his body could not perform refinement on the immortal herbs, and taking them would be useless. Later, grandfather Tang Zhen was seriously injured, and could only use the power of a titled Douluo once. How could he let grandfather take risks for the sake of immortal herbs? And when his uncle and father's cultivation fell to spirit Douluo, although Dugubo was a spirit Douluo during the same period, his poison techniques were tyrannical and peerless. The poisonous mist on the periphery of the ice and fire yin-yang well had lethal lethality to spirit Douluo, even if he could concoct antidote pills. However, fighting in the poisonous mist would also weaken the medicinal effects due to breath intake, and Dugubo's combat power would greatly increase in the poisonous mist. He could not let his uncle and father take risks. Now it was different. His uncle had returned to the titled Douluo realm, and the threat of the poisonous mist was greatly reduced. Coupled with his antidote pills, even in the poisonous mist, Dugubo's title of weakest titled Douluo would definitely not be his uncle's match. The time had finally matured. The three of them did not hesitate and immediately set about preparing. Tang Ziro left a letter, temporarily handing over sect affairs to the 6 elders. Tang Hao went to check the luggage, and Tang San organized some commonly used hidden weapons and medicines. Half an hour later, the three appeared outside the Clear Sky sect's mountain gate, all dressed in tight clothing, carrying packs on their backs. "Let's go," Tang Ziro gave the order, and the three leaped up, turning into 3 figures, galloping towards the direction of the sunset forest. Chapter 105, Entering the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Deep within the sunset forest, on the periphery of the ice and fire yin-yang well, a dense purple-green poisonous mist permeated the air. The mist churned like a living creature. Wherever it passed, all vegetation withered. The air was filled with a pungent, fishy sweetness, and even the sunlight struggled to penetrate it, exuding an eerie aura that warned living beings to keep away. "Little San, is it here?" Tang Hao gazed into the depths of the poisonous mist, his brows slightly furrowed. Even from a distance, he could feel the tyrannical toxins contained within the mist. "Dad, this is the place. Inside lies the ice and fire yin-yang well." Tang San nodded and retrieved several bottles of medicinal pill from his spirit tool. "These are detoxifying medicinal pill. After taking them, as long as you do not forcefully inhale, you will not be poisoned. The effect lasts for half an hour. Dad, uncle, take a few more just in case." Tang Hao and Tang Ziro took the medicinal pill and swallowed them without hesitation. The pills melted upon contact, and a cool sensation instantly flowed through their bodies, dispelling the discomfort caused by the poisonous mist. Tang San also took one. The 3 of them exchanged glances and resolutely stepped into the poisonous mist. Meanwhile, inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace in Spirit City, a void mirror floated in midair, clearly reflecting the figures of the 3 Tang San. Qian Xunji watched the scene in the mirror, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Tang San, oh Tang San, in the end, you still couldn't resist making a move on the ice and fire yin-yang well, could you? Go on in and take a look, you will have a surprise." He stretched, his tone carrying a hint of laziness. "Sigh, daily life is too boring. I can only find some amusement with you all." Still wanting to go to the slaughter city to find Tang Chen, not a bad idea. In that smile, there was a calmness and calculation that seemed to see through everything. Passing through the thick poisonous mist, the view suddenly opened up for the 3 of them, and a dense patch of blue-silver grass came into view. These blue-silver grass were growing extremely well, their leaves lush and emerald green, layered upon each other, actually forming a small forest. What is going on?" Tang San was shocked. After the poisonous mist should be the entrance to the ice and fire yin-yang well, how could a blue-silver forest appear? He carefully examined his surroundings, his brows tightly locked. The scene here was somewhat similar to the blue-silver forest, but there was no blue-silver king here. Could it be that his rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect, causing an anomaly here? In his past life as a god king, he knew some secrets. He vaguely remembered that the Douluo Continent was not the only spacetime. Perhaps this was one of the variables. In a hidden spot in the distance, "Big Blue, are we just going to let them in like this?" a voice asked in a lowered tone. The Blue Silver King, referred to as Big Blue, said in a deep voice, "The Supreme Pontiff has ordered to let them in. The people inside are much stronger than us. The Supreme Pontiff has his own arrangements." "That's true, with those 2 there, these 3 guys won't be able to make any waves." "Why is it all blue-silver grass here?" Tang Ziro crouched down, examining the blue-silver grass at his feet, his eyes full of surprise. The age is not low either. The weakest are at least 10 years old, while the higher ones are even 100 or even 1,000 years old. 100-year-old blue-silver grass is already rare in the outside world, yet it's everywhere here. Tang Hao also nodded in agreement. As expected of a place that can nurture immortal herb, it truly has its miraculous aspects. Tang San's expression was grave. He did not respond, only quickened his pace and walked forward. The deeper they went into the blue-silver forest, the more intense the energy fluctuations in the air became. Little San, where exactly is the ice and fire yin-yang well you mentioned? Tang Hao couldn't help but ask. Ahead, the place where the energy is most dense is the ice and fire yin-yang well, Tang San said in a deep voice. Although he was not sure of the exact location, following the trajectory of the energy flow, it could not be wrong. The three continued to move forward, and after about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a huge deep pit appeared before them. The deep pit was over 200 meters in diameter. Below, mist churned, and two distinct, opposing cold and hot auras intertwined and collided, forming an eerie energy flow that made it impossible to see the situation at the bottom. Dad, uncle, this is it. Below lies the ice and fire yin-yang well. A flash of excitement crossed Tang San's eyes. They had finally arrived. Let's go down. Tang Ziro jumped down first, followed closely by Tang Hao. Tang San then unfolded his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. The barbs on the spider lances gripped the pit wall tightly, and like an agile spider, he climbed down steadily. The spider lances rubbed against the rocks, emitting a subtle rustling sound, with every step being very precise. After landing, the three were immediately shocked by the sight before them. The bottom of the pit was an ocean of medicinal herbs. 100-year-old ginseng could be seen everywhere, with thick roots and elegant root whiskers. 1,000-year-old winter silkworms rested on the leaves, their bodies pure white, emitting a glistening luster. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to Infinite Novel Audio. 300-year-old snow lotuses were ice clean and jade moist, blooming in the cold mist. 100-year-old fleeciflower roots were wrapped around the crevices of the rocks, their black tubers plump and abundant. This is simply heaven blessing my clear sky sect. Tang Ziro's voice trembled with excitement, tears shimmering in his eyes. With these resources, how can my clear sky sect not flourish? Tang Hao's gaze was also incredibly fervent, muttering, any random 100-year-old medicinal herb here is worth at least thousands of gold coin in the outside world, yet here they grow like weeds. 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs are worth hundreds of thousands of gold coin. With these, my clear sky sect can at least add a few more titled Douluo. Dad, uncle, the environment here is special. The growth rate of ordinary medicinal herbs is 10 times that of the outside world. High-level medicinal herbs are a bit slower, and 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs also have 3 times the speed. Tang San smiled. Seeing the familiar scene, his hanging heart finally settled down. 10 times, even 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs can speed up 3 times, Tang Ziro gasped. This is a true treasure land. With this place, what is Spirit Hall? My clear sky sect will sooner or later surpass it. In the darkness, Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupine Fish Douluo were hiding behind the rocks, accompanied by 8 Spirit Douluo and more than 50 Spirit Saint. Your Excellencies, are we not going out yet? A Spirit Douluo asked in a low voice. Snake Lance Douluo curled his lips, his eyes full of disdain. What's the rush? The Supreme Pontiff said, the greatest despair for a person is the moment when hope is shattered. Let them be happy for a while longer. It won't be too late for us to go out then. Just based on the 3 of them, I can handle them alone. He was proud in his heart. The Supreme Pontiff had condensed a spirit core for both him and Porcupine Fish. Now the 2 of them were level 94 titled Douluo. With the spirit core buff, even facing a level 95 titled Douluo, they had nothing to fear. The Supreme Pontiff finally gave a decent task. It must be done beautifully, and I cannot fail his trust. Dad, uncle, don't touch anything here randomly. Tang San's voice rang out, interrupting Tang Hao and Tang Ziro's excitement. Some medicinal herbs are highly toxic, while others are extremely delicate. If you touch them, their medicinal properties will be lost. Okay, we'll listen to you. Tang Hao and Tang Ziro quickly withdrew their hands, carefully avoiding the seemingly ordinary medicinal herbs. Tang San retrieved special excavation tools from his spirit tool and walked to 2 3,000-year-old medicinal herbs. His movements were gentle and skillful. First, he protected the root system of the medicinal herb with spirit power, then carefully peeled away the surrounding soil with a small shovel, not damaging even a single fine root. Dad, uncle, you take these 2 3,000-year-old medicinal herbs first. He handed the medicinal herbs over. They can nourish the meridians and repair hidden injuries. You both have many old injuries. Only after taking them can you better absorb the medicinal properties of the immortal herb. Tang Hao took the medicinal herbs, a flash of emotion in his eyes. Tang Xiao also took them solemnly, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. Little San, thank you for your hard work. Having you is the fortune of my clear sky sect. I'm going to dig for the immortal herb. Tang San smiled and turned to walk towards the center of the pit. However, when he saw the miraculous glazed sky chrysanthemum that should have been 10,000 years old, the smile on his face instantly stiffened. This chrysanthemum was petite and exquisite, its petals tender. It had at most 100-year age. Immortal herb need 1,000 years to enter the semi-mature stage before their medicinal properties can be significantly improved. Before 1,000 years, their effects are only slightly stronger than ordinary medicinal herbs. Only after 10,000 years do they reach the mature stage and possess the ability to defy the heavens and change fate. His heart sank, and he quickly looked at the Kai Luo tulip next to it, which was also only about 500 years old. Then he looked at the fragrant Kai Luo immortal grade, which had barely entered the semi-mature stage, but was far from what he remembered. He inspected hundreds of immortal herb in succession and found that among them, the highest age was only in the semi-mature stage. Not a single one had reached the mature stage. Finally, he cast his gaze towards the two most core immortal herb in the center of the ice and fire yin-yang well, only to see they were tiny and fragile, with at most 100-year age. Tang San was as if struck by lightning, standing stupidly in place, his whole body cold. What on earth was going on? In his memory, the ice and fire yin-yang well was clearly a holy land full of immortal herb, with mature immortal herb growing everywhere. Why had it become like this? Could it be? Was this also a variable brought by his rebirth, or was it that someone had tampered with it? He suddenly raised his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings, alarm bells ringing in his heart. There must be something fishy when things go against the norm. Chapter 106, The Humiliation of God King Tang. Father, uncle, something isn't right here. Be careful. Tang San's voice suddenly became solemn. Du Gubo didn't recognize these immortal herbs at all, let alone dare to touch them lightly. He was afraid of being poisoned and would never have moved these treasures, so who could be occupying this place? Tang Hao and Tang Xiao's expressions changed abruptly, and they instantly moved to Tang San's side, shielding him behind them. The spirit power around them both began to circulate quietly as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Little San, what's going on? Tang Hao asked in a low voice, the clear sky hammer in his hand already faintly gathering strength. The age of the immortal herbs here is too low. The highest is only 5,000 years. Tang San's gaze was as sharp as a knife as it swept over the seemingly lush herbs. Someone must have been here. All the mature immortal herbs have been picked. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao immediately released their mental force, covering the surroundings like an invisible net, but they failed to detect the presence of any living being. Little San, could you have guessed wrong? Tang Hao frowned. There's no one here. Father, there is a 10,000-year ginseng king here. Tang San's tone was certain as he pointed to a ginseng not far away with a thick stem and a rich aura of life. The rank of immortal herbs is far above that of the ginseng king. It's impossible for there to be no 10,000-year immortal herbs. They must have been picked. Someone is definitely here. Tang Xiao carefully scanned again with his mental force, but the result remained the same. Little San, there's truly no one. Tang San's mind raced. Had they already left? Regardless, the herbs here must never fall into the hands of others. He clearly remembered how many mature immortal herbs were here. If utilized by someone with ill intentions, it would be enough to create a terrifying organization comparable to Spirit Hall within 30 years. He absolutely could not let such a thing happen. Just then the sound of clapping rang out abruptly. Clap, clap, clap. Behind a massive rock not far away, a transparent barrier suddenly shattered. Two middle-aged men clad in black armor stepped out slowly, followed by dozens of figures, each with a heavy and stable aura. The pupils of Tang San and the other two shrank, their faces filled with shock. Tang San's face instantly turned pale as he blurted out, Porcupinefish Douluo, Snake Lance Douluo. Why were they here? Could it be that the ice and fire yin-yang well had already been occupied by Spirit Hall? That was impossible. Oh, I didn't expect a junior to actually recognize us. Snake Lance Douluo toyed with the snake lance in his hand, his tone flippant. And it seems you're quite familiar with these herbs. Your intellect isn't bad either, being able to tell this place was occupied. Kid, the Clear Sky sect has no future. Why not come to my spirit hall? How about I give you the rank of deacon? How could you two appear here? Tang Zyro asked in a low voice, waves of shock surging in his heart. Snake Lance and Porcupine Fish were much older than him and had been geniuses of Spirit Hall in their early years. They had vanished after reaching the rank of Spirit Douluo. He hadn't expected them to have already reached the level of titled Douluo. We've been here all along, Porcupine Fish Douluo said dismissively. You have trespassed into a forbidden land of my Spirit Hall. If you don't give us an explanation today, I'm afraid you won't be walking out of here. Before his voice finished fadding, 9 spirit rings of alternating yellow and purple lit up around him. Snake Lance Douluo did the same, and the dozens of people behind them also released their spirit rings one after another. The combined auras of spirit saints and spirit Douluos pressed down like dark clouds. 2 titled Douluos, 8 spirit Douluos, and the rest are spirit saints. Tang Hao and Tang Zyro exchanged a look, both seeing solemnity in each other's eyes. This lineup far exceeded their expectations. Seniors, we entered this place by mistake. Tang Zyro suppressed the alarm in his heart and lowered his posture. If compensation is required, we accept it. As long as you name a price, once I return to the Clear Sky sect, I will personally deliver it to Spirit Hall. He knew clearly that the auras of these two were much more powerful than his own. At most, he could stall one. If Brother Hao and Littleson had to face the rest, the outcome would be grim. The members of Spirit Hall retracted their spirit rings, and Snake Lance Douluo sneered. People of the Clear Sky sect usually have nothing but hammers in their heads. It's rare to meet one who is reasonable. Tang Zyro, after you entered this place just now, you consumed 10 of my Spirit Hall's 3,000-year spirit medicines and picked many high-grade spirit medicines. Bullshit, Tang Hao suddenly roared, fire burning in his eyes. We only ate 2, when did we eat 10? Picking high-grade spirit medicines, did we even make a move? I saw the 3 of you picking them with my own eyes. There is no way I could be mistaken. A spirit Douluo stepped forward, his tone aggressive. You see, even my subordinate says so. Snake Lance Douluo spread his hands. Now there is only one way. Hand over your spirit tools, and we will decide the compensation based on the quantity inside. You are going too far. Tang Hao clenched his fists, a flash of resolve appearing in his eyes. This place is very important to your Spirit Hall, isn't it? I indeed cannot defeat you, but I am confident I can destroy this place. Indeed, the importance of this place to my Spirit Hall is such that even if you sold their entire Clear Sky sect, you couldn't afford to compensate for it. Killing intent flared in Snake Lance Douluo's eyes. But do you dare? Once this place is destroyed, the 3 of you will surely die, and the Clear Sky sect will be completely wiped out. He was indeed afraid of this place being damaged, which was why they hadn't made a move yet. The Tang brothers' strength was not weak. Once a battle started, the ice and fire yin-yang well would surely suffer. When that happened, the Supreme Pontiff would never forgive them. You are despicable, Tang Hao was shaking with rage. Snake Lance saying the 3 of them would surely die was, in his view, nothing but a boast. The Clear Sky sect's tool spirit was peerlessly overbearing. He wouldn't have a problem stalling one titled Douluo himself. If his elder brother protected Littleson while fighting and retreating, they might not be unable to escape. But for Spirit Hall to use the Clear Sky sect as a threat, these shameless bastards. Spirit Hall, Tang Sun lowered his head, his long hair obscuring his eyes. No one could see the icy killing intent churning in the depths of his gaze. Since you are forcing me so relentlessly, the day I become a god will be the moment of your destruction. Brother Hao, Tang Zyro pressed his hand on Tang Hao's shoulder and shook his head at him. Then, he unfastened the spirit tool from his waist and tossed it to Snake Lance Douluo. Take it. Tang Hao gnashed his teeth, but ultimately, he unwillingly unfastened his spirit tool and threw it over as well. Snake Lance Douluo caught the 2 spirit tools and probed them with his mental force for a moment. Inside were various rare ores, a large amount of gold coins, and several 1,000-year spirit bones. There were also several purple gold cards, totaling a value of roughly 30 to 40 million gold coins. He curled his lip, clearly not quite satisfied. And that kid, he was digging up my spirit hall's spiritual plants just now. Snake Lance Douluo's gaze fell on Tang San. Hand over your spirit tool as well. Tang San's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. An unparalleled sense of humiliation surged into his heart. He, a dignified god king rebirth, was actually being so insulted by a mere titled Douluo. Little San, Tang Zyro said in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Tang San took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage in his heart, and threw his spirit tool over. Snake Lance Douluo caught the spirit tool and sent his mental force into it. His expression immediately became peculiar, and he looked up at Tang San deeply. Inside the spirit tool, besides some herb seeds and a small amount of gold coins, the rest were all sorts of hidden weapons. Inch-long needles shimmered with a faint blue luster, clearly coated in deadly poison. Dozens of godly huge crossbow bolts were slotted into back quivers, their tips incredibly sharp. There were also several mother and son soul-chasing nails, their outer shells covered in sharp spikes. There were even some uniquely shaped metal shards with edges as thin as a cicada's wing, clearly possessing startling lethality. Spirit Hall had long since popularized knowledge of hidden weapons. As a titled Douluo, Snake Lance Douluo had also dabbled in the subject, and naturally recognized the danger of these items. This kid was so young, yet his mind was so sinister, hiding so many things that could kill without drawing blood. He was definitely not a good sort, and would need a proper education in the future. He weighed the spirit tool in his hand, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems your compensation today is still far from enough. Chapter 107, A Lesson in Love for the Tang San Trio. What exactly do you want? Tang Zyro's voice carried a suppressed fury, his face was ashen, and his fists were clenched tight. He could adapt to circumstances, but that didn't mean he could tolerate such endless humiliation. I don't want much, I just simply find your clear sky sect eyesores, Snake Lance Douluo sneered, before his voice had even faded. He and Porcupinefish Douluo suddenly moved. Two figures darted out like ghosts. Each took one, violently shoving Tang Hao and Tang Zyro toward a corner, a place filled with crushing stones and almost no rare spiritual plants. Seeing this, a spirit Douluo immediately stepped forward, grabbed Tang San, and threw him hard. Tang San's body slammed against the rock wall with a dull thud before bouncing off and falling to the ground. The rock walls around the ice and fire yin-yang well were exceptionally sturdy, several or even dozens of times harder than ordinary rock, comparable to refined iron. This impact made his vision go dark. Tang Zyro and Tang Hao stumbled to their feet and immediately looked at Snake Lance and the others with vigilance. Tang Hao rushed over to Tang San in a few steps, helped him up, and asked urgently, "Little San, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Dad." Tang San wiped away the blood seeping from his temple, but his gaze was as cold as ice, a flash of crimson flickering deep within his eyes. "Do you really want to go to war with the Clear Sky sect?" Tang Zyro took a step forward, his spirit power fluctuating faintly around him, his eyes burning with rage. He had no more room to retreat. If the other party pushed any further, he could only fight to the death. "Go to war, is your Clear Sky sect even worthy?" Snake Lance Douluo scoffed, his tone full of sarcasm. "Without Tang Chen, can the Clear Sky sect even be called the Clear Sky sect?" These words were like a sharp knife, stabbing deep into the hearts of Tang Hao and Tang Zyro. The two felt as if a giant boulder was blocking their chests. A breath was stuck in their throats, unable to be exhaled or swallowed. Their faces flushed red from the strain, and their blood seemed to boil at this moment, yet they had nowhere to vent their fury. "Tang Zhen is dead. As for your Clear Sky sect, I see you're the only titled Douluo left, aren't you?" Snake Lance Douluo's gaze swept over Tang Zyro with undisguised contempt. "Never mind that our spirit hall has His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, as well as numerous elders, bishops, and the Knights Templar. Even with just the few dozen of us here, we have the power to level your Clear Sky sect. I'll say it again, if we fight here, the Clear Sky sect will surely be destroyed." The faces of Tang San's trio turned pale. Snake Lance's words were like a bucket of ice water, dousing the last bit of hope in their hearts. The other party was right. With the Clear Sky sect's current strength, it simply couldn't withstand a thunderous blow from the Spirit Hall. "Your items are not enough to compensate for our losses," Snake Lance Douluo said slowly. Add 2 more 10,000-year spirit bones, and swear upon your spirits never to reveal the situation here, and I will let you go back. Our spirit tools are all in your hands. Where would we get 10,000-year spirit bones? Tang Hao roared, his eyes bloodshot. You don't have them on you, but your sect definitely does. Snake Lance Douluo pressed on. As long as you sign a written pledge promising to hand over the spirit bones after you return, I will let you leave. You only know how to use the spirit hall to bully others. You are unworthy of being a titled Douluo. The fire in Tang Hao's chest blazed, nearly breaking through his reason. If you have the guts, come outside and fight me, a battle to the death. He would rather die in battle than suffer such humiliation. You, worthy, Snake Lance Douluo glanced at him contemptuously, as if looking at a buffoon. A spirit Douluo thinks he's worthy of challenging me to a death match. There's no benefit to winning, and I'd just get a reputation for bullying a spirit Douluo. As for losing, that's impossible. I am a rank 94 titled Douluo. Coward, Tang Hao gritted his teeth. Slap, a crisp sound of a slap rang out. Tang Hao clutched his face, stunned. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. He had been hit, slapped in the face in public. Dad, Tang Sen cried out in shock, the fire of rage in his eyes intensifying. Snake Lance Douluo shook his hand with a look of disgust. Yo, you even made my hand hurt. Your skin really is thick. Your Excellency, as a titled Douluo, performing such petty actions, don't you think it's beneath you? Fire almost spewed from Tang Xiro's eyes, and his voice trembled with anger. Beneath me, indeed, hitting trash like you is quite beneath me. Snake Lance Douluo didn't care, and then shouted to those behind him. What are you still standing there for? Hit them, just don't kill them. Beat them until they're willing to sign the pledge. Yes, dozens of people responded in unison, pouncing like wolves and tigers. They didn't use spirit power, only their fists and feet. Tang Hao and Tang Xiro instinctively shielded Tang San in the middle. The three of them crouched down, covering their heads and curling their bodies as much as possible. Fists and feet rained down on them, producing dull thudding sounds. Some specifically kicked fleshy areas, some smashed their backs, and others took the opportunity to stomp on their faces. Crushing stones were kicked into the air, and dust flew everywhere. The three soon became a pathetic sight, their clothes torn to rags, their bodies covered in footprints and bruises, and their faces stinging with pain. Brother Hao, endure it, do not fight back. Tang Xiro sent a message via spirit power transmission, his voice trembling slightly. They just want to provoke us so they can use it as an excuse to attack the Clear Sky sect. We cannot leave any pretext. Veins bulged on Tang Hao's face, and his eyes were filled with a fierce, murderous intent. Shameless spirit hall. He looked at the rare medicinal herbs around them, knowing clearly that if this place were destroyed, the spirit hall would truly dare to annihilate the Clear Sky sect. He couldn't drag down the entire sect because of a moment's impulse. That rage churned in his chest, but he could only suppress it, holding it in until he felt like he was about to explode. Tang San was protected in the very center, his body curled into a ball, hands tightly guarding his head and dantian, protecting his vital organs as much as possible. Through the gaps between his arms, his eyes stared intently at those who were hitting them, committing their faces, figures, and even their tones of voice to memory. Every punch and every kick was like a brand, etched deep into his soul. Just you wait, every one of these people has a way to court death. Once I have grown, today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold. His gaze was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, devoid of any warmth, containing only bone-deep hatred and endurance. Inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Qian Xunji leisurely ate fruit while watching the images in the void mirror, a playful smile playing on his lips. The appearance of these three from the Tang clan is quite unique. I must record this to enjoy slowly later. He looked at the hateful gaze of Tang San in the mirror and raised an eyebrow. This Tang San, that look in his eyes, I like it. I didn't expect these three to be so enduring, not even resisting. Seeing how well-behaved they are, I'm almost embarrassed to meddle. This Snake Lance is quite the talent. He loves making trouble. Especially that arrogant face of his. Very good, he's worth cultivating well. Chapter 108, Enduring Humiliation, Turning Grief and Indignation into Strength. At the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, a support system spirit Douluo asked panting, Your Excellency, shall we continue to beat them? His physical body strength was only at the Spirit King level, and after fighting for so long, he was already exhausted. They dared not use their spirit power, fearing it would provoke Tang Hao and the others. Otherwise, given the strength of Tang Hao and Tang Xiero, even if besieged, it would be impossible for them to be in such a sorry state. The two of them had used their spirit power to protect their bodies, so for now they had only suffered some superficial injuries. If they truly resisted, they might not lack the power to fight back. "Everyone come back here," Snake Lance Douluo waved his hand. Those dozens of people immediately stopped their actions and quickly retreated behind Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupine Fish Douluo, each with excitement and smugness on their faces. Tang Hao, Tang Xiero, and Tang Sun slowly stood up. The faces of the three were all swollen like pig heads, covered in clear footprints. Especially Tang Xiero. As a titled Douluo, he had the most footprints on his face. To be able to step on a titled Douluo's face was something one could brag about for a lifetime, so those Spirit Douluo and Spirit Saint went all out with their attacks. Their clothes were tattered, stained with dust and blood, and their bodies ached all over. Every movement pulled at their wounds, causing excruciating pain. "Are you willing to sign the written statement now?" Snake Lance Douluo looked at the sorry state of the three, a mocking smile curling on the corner of his mouth, his tone carrying an arrogant air of condescension. "In your dreams," Tang Hao suddenly lifted his head, his face, swollen like a pig's, filled with stubbornness. Even though his whole body was covered in injuries, his eyes remained as sharp as knives. "Even if my Clear Sky sect were to be destroyed, I would never submit to such coercion." "Tang Hao, look at your son," Snake Lance Douluo said unhurriedly. His gaze swept over Tang San, his tone sarcastic. "You two have deep spirit power, so these superficial wounds are nothing, but what about him? He is so young and has suffered so many injuries. If they are not treated in time and leave behind any hidden dangers, that would be a pity. Such a good seedling, are you going to let him be ruined here?" Tang Hao was trembling with rage, his chest heaving violently, yet he was left speechless. He could disregard himself, but he could not ignore the safety of little San. "Brother Hao, calm down." Tang Xiero pulled him back, took a deep breath, and looked at Snake Lance Douluo, his voice carrying a trace of weary compromise. "My Clear Sky sect no longer has 10,000-year spirit bones. Could we compensate with other resources?" He had only one thought in his heart: little San is the future of the Clear Sky sect, and he must not be harmed. "Big brother," Tang Hao looked at Tang Xiero in disbelief. "Brother Hao, little San cannot be harmed." Tang Xiero's voice was low. Tang Hao opened his mouth, but eventually lowered his head in defeat, fists clenched tight, his nails digging deep into his palms, oozing blood. Seeing this, Snake Lance Douluo took out pen, ink, paper, and an inkstone from his spirit tool and tossed them onto the ground. The paper spread out on the crushing stones, and the ink stick and brush rolled to the side. Tang Xiero took a deep breath, stepped forward, picked up the brush and dipped it in ink. His hand was trembling, every stroke seemed to use up all his strength. Finally, a line of text fell upon the paper. "The Clear Sky sect owes Spirit Hall the equivalent value of 2 10,000-year spirit bones, to be delivered to Spirit Hall within 3 years. Tang Xiero signs this statement." Snake Lance Douluo picked up the written statement, glanced at it, and sneered. "The dignified Clear Sky sect is really becoming more and more stingy. 2 10,000-year spirit bones. You actually wrote that down." He shook the paper in his hand, his tone filled with heavy sarcasm. "In the past, your Clear Sky sect once gave my Spirit Hall 11 spirit bones over 30,000 years old at once. Nowadays, you can't even produce 2 10,000-year spirit bones. You have truly fallen." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Tang Xiero, Tang Hao, and Tang Sun instantly collapsed. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to Infinite Novel Audio. 11 spirit bones over 30,000 years old. This was something Tang Hao and Tang Xiero never wanted to mention again. A feeling woven with humiliation and anger surged into their hearts. Someone had ruthlessly ripped open their scars and sprinkled salt on them. "All right, enough nonsense." Snake Lance Douluo put away the written statement. "Take a vow using your spirit, promising never to spread the events of today or the situation of the ice and fire yin yang well, and you may leave. My Spirit Hall always keeps its word." The three of them forced themselves to endure the humiliation in their hearts, and followed his instruction to make the spirit vow. The moment the vow was made, an invisible restraint enveloped them. If they violated this oath, their spirit would be damaged, and their cultivation would never progress further. Let's go. Tang Ziro supported the swaying Tang San. Tang Hao followed silently behind, and the three prepared to leave. Senior, Tang San suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Snake Lance Douluo with eyes so swollen they could barely open, asking in a hoarse voice, "Do you know Douluo?" Snake Lance Douluo paused for a moment, then remembered, "Douluo, oh, you mean that old poisonous creature. When we had just occupied this place, he appeared out of nowhere and tried to break in, but I drove him away." Did he leave anything behind? Tang San pressed on, his expression unreadable on his bloated face, only his eyes showing a trace of urgency. Leave anything? He did release quite a bit of poisonous mist, but unfortunately it was useless against us. Snake Lance Douluo waved his hand dismissively. "I broke a few of his ribs. I suppose he is still nursing his injuries in some corner." Tang San nodded silently and asked no more. Tang Ziro took Tang Hao and Tang San and leaped out of the ice and fire yin yang well. "Just let them leave like this?" Porcupine Fish Douluo asked, his tone carrying a trace of confusion. The Supreme Pontiff said to give them an unforgettable experience. Snake Lance Douluo put away the spirit tool, a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. "Not only did we give it to them, but we also reaped so many resources. The Supreme Pontiff will surely be satisfied." He weighed the several spirit tools in his hand. The resources inside were enough to drive many spirit masters crazy. Porcupine Fish Douluo snorted. "I hope so, but it is strange that the kid asked about Douluo at the end." "Who cares, he's just a little brat." Snake Lance Douluo was unconcerned. "Watch over this place and don't let anyone else break in." "You are right." The ice and fire yin-yang well returned to calm. Deep in the dense forest, the three of them staggered forward. No one spoke, only heavy breathing and footsteps echoed through the forest. Sunlight spilled through the gaps in the leaves, falling on their scarred faces, but it could not dispel the heavy gloom. Tang San kept his head down. No one saw the cold, killing intent surging in the depths of his eyes. Snake Lance, Porcupine Fish, and those Spirit Douluo and Spirit Saint who took action, every face was deeply branded into his mind. He would remember today's humiliation. One day he would make these people, and their entire spirit hall, pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold price. Tang Hao clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, the rage and sense of powerlessness in his heart intertwined, almost consuming him. He hated his own weakness, hated the tyranny of Spirit Hall, and hated this damned humiliation even more. Tang Ziro looked ahead, his eyes complex. Although today's events were humiliating, they had saved Little San and preserved the temporary peace of the Clear Sky sect. Yet that written statement and that oath were like a thorn stuck in his heart. 3 years, within 3 years, he must find a way to gather the resources, and even more so, make the Clear Sky sect stronger. Otherwise, today's humiliation would only be the beginning. The figures of the three gradually receded and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Chapter 109, The Replacement of the Spirit Hall Holy Maiden. Inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Qian Xunji withdrew the void mirror, his fingertips stroking its edge, a look of utter boredom on his face. "I need to find some fun, this is too boring." His eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted loudly, "Ghost." Before his voice could fade, a dark shadow appeared silently before His Highness, kneeling on one knee. It was Ghost Douluo. "Supreme Pontiff, why have you summoned your subordinate?" The voice from beneath the black robe was hoarse and low. "Pass down my command. Notify the entire continent that in 3 months, Spirit Hall will reappoint the positions of Holy Maiden and Saint." Qian Xunji's tone was flat yet carried authority. The upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects must send representatives to be present. "Your subordinate obeys," Ghost Douluo responded, his figure turning into a wisp of black smoke and instantly vanishing from the palace. Qian Xunji walked to the center of the hall, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Reappointing the Holy Maiden and Saint. I must arrange this well and see what tricks can be played." A month later, Bibai Dong stepped into the Supreme Pontiff Palace with a gloomy expression. Spirit power fluctuated around her, clearly showing she was suppressing her rage. Her exquisite face was covered in a layer of frost, and her gaze was cold enough to cause frostbite. "My dear disciple, what's wrong?" Qian Xunji sat on the Supreme Pontiff's throne, asking with feigned concern. His tone carried a hint of mockery. Pulling such a face the moment you enter, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Bibi Dong suppressed the anger in her heart, her voice as cold as ice. Qian Xunji, you want to reappoint the Holy Maiden. Why did you not consult me? Appointing a Holy Maiden was a matter of utmost importance for Spirit Hall. As the current Holy Maiden, if the news hadn't spread throughout Spirit City recently, she would still be in the dark. She was likely the last high-ranking official to know, which was nothing short of a humiliating insult. Consult, Qian Xunji sneered, leaning forward slightly, his eyes sharp. Do I need to consult you when I do things? My dear disciple, your master is the Supreme Pontiff. I am now formally notifying you. From this day forward, you are no longer the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall. He paused, his tone becoming intentionally gentle. However, your master will give you a promotion. You'll be an elder. This is all for your own good. That hypocritical display made Bibaidong's stomach churn. Bibaidong trembled with rage, her face turning pale and then flushed. She knew Qian Xunji's methods all too well. Only 3 days ago, she had been locked in the secret room for instruction. Her legs were still somewhat weak even now. She absolutely could not give him another excuse. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Finally, she let out a cold snort, turned, and left the Supreme Pontiff Palace without looking back. Qian Xunji is becoming more and more shameless, she cursed inwardly. If she continued to argue, she might end up locked in that secret room again. As for a promotion, it was nothing more than an excuse. Bibi Dong sneered in her heart. While the position of Holy Maiden seemed half a rank lower than an elder, it was the designated successor to the Supreme Pontiff, a position of supreme prestige. Even elders usually had to give her face, and in certain situations, they even had to follow her commands. How could a mere ordinary elder compare to that? Qian Xunji was simply afraid she would threaten his position as Supreme Pontiff, so he resorted to this low tactic. Qian Xunji, you just wait. Walking out of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Bibaidong clenched her fists, a flash of decisiveness and ruthlessness crossing her eyes. Once I surpass you, I will make you pay the price for this arrogance and conceit. Mark my words. Her voice was soft, yet filled with ironclad determination. Inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Qian Xunji watched Bibaidong's resolute back and raised an eyebrow. She actually held back. That's not like her. I wanted to take the opportunity to educate this rebellious disciple, but it seems I'll have to wait until next time. He was in no hurry, a knowing smile playing on his lips. But it doesn't matter. Within half a month, there will surely be an opportunity. Why was he so certain? Because every month, there were always 1 or 2 chances to make a mistake. At the 7 treasure glazed tile school, by a cliffside, the wind howled. Ening Fengzhai stood with his hands behind his back, flanked by Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. Uncle Bone, Uncle Sword, what do you think Spirit Hall intends by this move? Ening Fengzhai gazed at the distant mountains shrouded in mist, his brow slightly furrowed. Is it really just to reappoint the Saint and Holy Maiden? Who will they choose? Bone Douluo rubbed his chin and said dismissively, Fengzhai, there's no use overthinking it. Won't it be clear once we go and see for ourselves? Sword Douluo's eyes were sharp as he looked towards Spirit City, his tone somewhat cold. The Saint and Holy Maiden, who else could they be besides those 2 from the Qian family? Ultimately, Spirit Hall belongs to the Qian family. Bibaidong has sat in the position of Holy Maiden for so long, it's time she stepped down. The battle from 2 years ago was still fresh in his mind. Though he had achieved a breakthrough to become a level 96 Super Douluo because of it, he had been utterly defeated. Now that he had comprehended the unity of man and sword, a surge of energy burned within him. If they fought again, he would have a heart-stirring battle. That was the duel he, the Sword Douluo, yearned for. At this thought, his breathing grew slightly rapid, and a flash of excitement crossed his eyes. Immediately after, he couldn't help but cough violently, his face flushing red. Sai Uncle Sword, you still haven't let it go. Ning Fengzhai sighed, his tone full of worry. It's been 2 years. Every time you think of that battle, it aggravates your old injuries and causes you to cough. I told you to get medical treatment, but you refuse. Fengzhai, you don't understand. Sword Douluo waved his hand, stopping his coughing, his gaze firm. This injury is a swordsman's glory, but also his humiliation. Only by letting it remind me at every moment of this unforgettable pain can I spur myself to become stronger. But this injury will leave hidden dangers. It might even affect your cultivation progress. Ning Fengzhai was still unwilling to give up. A swordsman only stops moving forward when his heart dies. Sword Douluo's tone was resolute. A mere internal injury, give me 1 more month, and I will surely suppress it. Once my realm breaks through again, this bit of injury will be nothing to fear. But Ning Fengzhai still wanted to persuade him. Fengzhai, you know your uncle's sword's temperament. He's stubborn as a mule, Bone Douluo mediated. Don't worry, this little internal injury won't kill anyone. Sword Douluo glanced at Bone Douluo and didn't say anything more. He simply looked back into the distance, the battle intent in his eyes growing more intense. At the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Yuanzhen stood before the sect's main hall, looking at the sky and muttering to himself, "The Holy Maiden, it should be that girl. I really don't know whether to be grateful to you or hate you." He shook his head, a flash of complexity in his eyes. "Never mind Spirit Hall, it's been a long time since I've visited. I'll go and take a look this time." At the Clear Sky sect, Tang Xiro and Tang Hao sat by a stone table, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. "Big brother, are we going?" Tang Hao asked, his tone carrying a hint of resentment. Tang Xiro sighed, his eyes full of helplessness. "Naturally, we must go. Our Clear Sky sect is not what it once was. We must give Spirit Hall face." Tang Hao clenched his fists, a flash of humiliation crossing his face, but in the end, he said nothing more. In the Heaven Du Empire's imperial palace, the Heaven Du Emperor said to Prince Yu Exing, "Prepare a generous gift and personally head to Spirit City." "Your subject obeys," Xuzing bowed and replied. In the Star Luo Empire, the Star Luo Emperor sat on his throne, listening to his subordinate's report. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. "Spirit Hall, they've certainly become more and more ostentatious over these years." The eyes of the entire continent were quietly focused on Spirit City due to the matter of Spirit Hall reappointing the Holy Maiden and Saint. Chapter 110, 10,000-Year Spirit Bone casts foundation. Pope Hill. In a small courtyard, Yin stood in the center. Before her, Qian Renxue sat cross-legged with his eyes gently closed, his hands resting lightly on the blue-silver grass on the ground. The blue-silver grass seemed to have a spirit of its own. Under his touch, they swayed slightly, and fine specks of light appeared on their leaves, slowly flowing into his body along his arms. Qian Renxue's brows smoothed and then furrowed. Clearly, he was concentrating fully on sensing his connection with the blue-silver grass. "Concentrate your mental force and feel their existence." Yin's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. Blue-silver grass covers the land. Their perception can extend to places beyond your sight. Try to make this perception a part of yourself. Qian Renxue took a deep breath, and countless fragmented images gradually emerged in his mind. Birds passing by outside the courtyard wall, bees and butterflies gathering nectar in the nearby flower bushes, and even a stone 100 meters away. These were all pieces of information, transmitted through the surrounding blue-silver grass. "Mom, I sensed it." He opened his eyes abruptly, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "Every stalk of blue-silver grass is like my eye. I can observe every limb movement of my opponent in all directions, without any blind spots." Yin's face revealed a relieved smile as she stepped forward and gently stroked his head. "Xiro Shan is truly amazing. You've achieved such realization after only practicing for a few days. The perception ability of the Blue-Silver Emperor is naturally the closest to nature. I am very happy for you that you could comprehend it so quickly." Qian Renxue shook his head. Having highly concentrated his mental force earlier, he now felt a wave of dizziness. "Mom, I feel dizzy." "Your mental force is still very weak right now. It is normal to feel dizzy after forcibly establishing a connection with so many blue-silver grass." Yin smiled and rubbed his temples, slowly injecting the emerald spirit power lingering at her fingertips to alleviate his discomfort. "Cultivation cannot be rushed." "Mom, is there any way to quickly improve my mental force?" Qian Renxue looked up and asked, his eyes full of eagerness. The synchronized perception he had just mastered felt novel and practical, and he wished he could use it freely immediately. The accumulation of mental force takes time. Even when cultivating the Daoxuan scripture, one must proceed step by step. Yin shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of admonition. "Too much is as bad as too little, Xiro Shan. If the foundation is not built firmly, it will easily cause problems in the future. Qian Renxue rolled his eyes, suddenly remembering something. Mom, aren't there spiritual plants in the ice and fire yin-yang well that can improve mental force? Wouldn't it work if I just ate a few? Yin couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. You have already eaten those spiritual plants long ago. Huh? When did I eat them? Why don't I have any memory of it? Qian Renxue looked bewildered. According to your dad, your sister Qian Renxue was forced to eat spiritual plants every day in the past, and later she would run away as soon as she saw them. A hint of tenderness flashed in Yin's eyes. So I ground the spiritual plants into powder and put them in the porridge you drank, stewing them with other ingredients. Over these years, you have eaten quite a lot of spiritual plants. No wonder my mental force grew so fast, it's almost catching up to a spirit emperor. Qian Renxue realized suddenly, then felt a bit embarrassed. So I've been eating those spiritual plants that boost mental force all along, and I didn't even taste it. Silly child, Yin was smiling. A figure appeared in the courtyard without warning. It was none other than Qian Xunji. Zyro-shan, I have a way to make your mental force surge in a short period, Qian Xunji said, his gaze falling on Qian Renxue. Yin's expression changed slightly. Brother Qian, you. Dad, Qian Renxue poked his head out from behind his mother and asked curiously, what method is it? A flash of light appeared in Qian Xunji's hand, and a spirit bone emitting biting cold air appeared in his palm. The spirit bone was pure white, as if carved from ice crystals, and the faint sound of an eagle's cry could be heard from it. It was a 10,000-year snow eagle head spirit bone. This is a 10,000-year snow eagle head spirit bone, which I found in the far north. If you absorb it, your mental force will definitely increase significantly. Qian Renxue's eyes lit up and he happily reached out. Thank you, Dad. Brother Qian, you must not. Yin hurriedly stopped him, looking at Qian Xunji with a grave expression. Zyro-shan does not have an ice attribute. This spirit bone is incompatible with his attributes and is not suitable for him. A 10,000-year spirit bone is far better than a 10,000-year spirit bone, Qian Xunji said indifferently. Not only does it provide an extra spirit ability, but its power far exceeds a 10,000-year spirit bone, and the spirit power consumption is not high. Spirit Hall currently doesn't have a more suitable 10,000-year spirit bone for Zyro-shan. This one is already quite good. I know 10,000-year spirit bones are rare. Yin remained worried, but will forcibly absorbing an incompatible spirit bone damage Zyro-shan's spirit origin? Qian Xunji looked at her and suddenly asked in return, Yin, don't you think the four-winged angel is too weak? Yin was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. Brother Qian, could it be that you want to? That's right, Qian Xunji nodded, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. I will guide the ice attribute into his four-winged angel's spirit to add a new hidden attribute to it. Perhaps in the future, Zyro-shan's spirit can evolve into a seraphim. Really, Dad? Qian Renxue shouted excitedly, his eyes shimmering with longing. His sister Qian Renxue and his father were both 8-winged angels, and his grandfather was a seraphim, only he was a 4-winged angel. Although he never said it, there was always a knot in his heart. If he could evolve into a seraphim, he would naturally be delighted. Of course it's true, when has Dad ever lied to you? Qian Xunji smiled and ruffled his hair. Zyro-shan, you are already rank 29. After absorbing this 10,000-year spirit bone, you will be able to break through to rank 30. I will guide the excess power in the spirit bone to improve your mental force and physical body strength, and compress your spirit power, thereby increasing your spirit's potential. If it were used purely to increase spirit power, that would be too wasteful. He thought to himself, even if the 4-winged angel evolves into a seraphim, it still cannot compare to a true seraphim. It lacks the most critical ultimate, holy attribute, which is the root of why the seraphim can become a divine rank spirit. The evolved seraphim spirit can at most be considered a top-tier super spirit, and it is ultimately a step behind. Thank you, Dad, I will absorb it now. Qian Renxue couldn't wait to take the spirit bone and sat cross-legged. I will help you. Qian Xunji walked behind him, pressed his palms against his back, and his pure spirit power poured in like a trickling stream, getting the power of the spirit bone to slowly merge into Qian Renxue's body. If he were to absorb it himself, given his current rank, it would be extremely difficult to succeed without half a month. Yin stood to the side. Although she was still worried, seeing Qian Xunji being so cautious, she gradually relaxed, only keeping a close eye on Qian Renxue, ready to deal with any unexpected situations at any time. Several hours later, as the last wisp of cold air was absorbed by Qian Renxue, he opened his eyes abruptly, a sharp light flashing and disappearing from them. "Dad, Mom, my mental force has increased several times over." Qian Renxue stood up, stretched his limbs, felt the power surging within him, and said excitedly, "And I feel my body has become much stronger too." Chapter 111, The 30,000-Year Third Spirit Ring. Qian Xunji probed with a trace of spirit power and sensed for a moment, then nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, there has been an improvement in all aspects. Your spirit power has been compressed for the third time, reaching rank 30. Your mental force has reached the level of a spirit saint, and your physical body strength is comparable to a spirit king. Zyro Shan, I have already prepared a 30,000-year spirit beast for you to serve as your third spirit ring," Qian Xunji said. "Brother Qian, won't this be too high?" Yin became worried again, her brows furrowed. "The sixth spirit ring of an ordinary spirit emperor is only 20,000 years, and Zyro Shan is only rank 30 now, yet you are letting him absorb a 30,000-year spirit ring." "You said it yourself, that is an ordinary spirit emperor," Qian Xunji interrupted her, his tone carrying a trace of pride. "My son, Qian Xunji's son, has been raised with top-tier resources since childhood, has a 100,000-year spirit bone as a foundation, and is practicing the strongest cultivation technique of Spirit Hall. What is there to fear from a mere 30,000-year spirit ring?" Qian Renxue nodded vigorously. "Mom, I can do it." Yin looked at her son's firm gaze, then looked at Qian Xunji's confident appearance, and finally nodded. "Then, you must be careful." Just at this moment, the system's notification sounded deep within Qian Xunji's consciousness. Qian Renxue absorbed a 100,000-year spirit bone. Critical hit doubled. Feedback to the host. Spirit bone age increased by 200,000 years. At the same time, a wisp of extremely pure energy flowed into Qian Xunji's body along some invisible connection. His body trembled slightly, and he felt his entire body wrapped in a warm current. His spirit power bottleneck was faintly loosening, and his aura became increasingly unfathomable. He subconsciously clenched his fist, and a satisfied arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to Infinite Novel Audio. The Spirit Forest is located dozens of miles outside Spirit City, stretching 600 miles from east to west and 300 miles from north to south. It is a spirit beast forest exclusive to Spirit Hall. Various types of spirit beasts are kept in the forest, which is an important resource for Spirit Hall. Every few days, people deliver food to ensure the survival of the spirit beasts, while using special means to restrict them from killing each other. As for how to control them, to put it simply, several titled Douluo are stationed there. Plus more than a dozen high-level spirit beasts, over 80,000 years old, have been subdued to control the beasts with beasts. 10,000-year spirit beasts already possess some intelligence and can understand instructions. As long as their lives are not harmed and they are given some benefits, they are quite obedient. Deep in the forest, a ghost vine, pitch black all over and covered in strange patterns, lay limp on the ground on the verge of death. "Zyro Shan, kill it," Qian Xunji's voice rang out. "Yes, Dad," Qian Renxue replied. His figure moved, spirit power gathered in his palm, and he slapped the ghost vine fiercely. The ghost vine let out a shrill hiss, its life force completely extinguished. Qian Renxue took a deep breath and circulated his spirit power to guide that pitch-black spirit ring. The spirit ring hovered in the air for a moment before slowly approaching him, surrounded by a dense aura of darkness. Fine beads of sweat soon seeped out on Qian Renxue's forehead, sliding down his cheeks and soaking his clothes. The dark energy within the spirit ring kept impacting his meridians, as if it wanted to tear his body apart. "Brother Qian," Yin gripped Qian Xunji's hand tightly, her worried gaze falling on Qian Renxue, her voice trembling slightly. Qian Xunji patted the back of her hand, his tone steady. "Rest assured, Zyro Shan's mental force has reached the spirit saint level, and his physical body has been tempered by spirit bone, so he can hold on. This 30,000-year ghost vine spirit ring is very suitable for another hidden attribute of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Within Qian Renxue's Sea of Consciousness, the battle was in full swing. The dark origin of the ghost vine turned into a hideous black shadow, crazily impacting his mental defenses. Qian Renxue's eyes narrowed, and he mobilized the power of light and fire. The light surged like a tide, dispelling the dark energy. Red flames burned fiercely, enveloping the black shadow within. Relying on his spirit saint-level mental force, he soon gained the upper hand. The black shadow's struggle grew weaker and weaker, and finally, amidst the interweaving of light and fire, it gradually dissipated and was completely absorbed and achieved fusion by Qian Renxue. Outside, the aura on Qian Renxue's body finally stabilized. That black spirit ring was firmly attached to his spirit ring sequence, forming a black-black-black combination with the previous two spirit rings, far exceeding other spirit masters of the same rank. Qian Renxue's third spirit ring 30,000 years, critical hit doubled, host's third spirit ring increased by 30,000 years. You see, I told you Xiao Shan could do it. Qian Xunji looked at Yin. Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she still walked quickly to Qian Renxue's side, took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, and chided, "You are not allowed to take such risks next time." Qian Renxue grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Mom, I'm fine." Qian Renxue stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, felt the surging power in his body, and shouted excitedly, "Dad, Mom, my spirit power is now rank 35. "Good boy, you really didn't disappoint me." Qian Xunji stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Yin also nodded with a smile. "Xiao Shan is getting more and more amazing, but don't be proud. You must continue to work hard in the future." "By the way, Dad, when will Sister come out?" Qian Renxue asked suddenly. "I haven't seen her for a long time." "Soon," Qian Xunji said. "Xiao's Yu will come out before the Holy Maiden investiture ceremony. Xiao Shan, you must also be prepared. You will be the Saint of Spirit Hall in the future, so don't drop the ball when the time comes." He looked at his son, his eyes filled with expectations. Qian Renxue puffed out his chest, his face full of confidence. "Don't worry, Dad. I am Qian Renxue, the Supreme Pontiff's son, and the second greatest genius on the continent. I will definitely not embarrass you." "You have such a sweet mouth." Yin was amused by him and ruffled his hair, "but it's good to have this ambition." "We should go back too," Qian Xunji said, putting his left arm around Yin's waist and his right hand on Qian Renxue's shoulder. His left leg moved slightly, and the light of the spirit bone flashed. It was the spirit ability of his left leg bone, teleportation. With a flash, the 3 of them appeared several miles away. Repeating this more than a dozen times, in just a moment, they returned to Spirit Hall. Inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Qian Xunji looked at his left leg, lost in thought. This teleportation spirit ability has low consumption and fast activation speed, making it very practical in combat. However, it is too troublesome to use for traveling, as it can only move a few miles at most each time. Xiao Yu's current teleportation distance is even shorter, only about 500 meters. "It would be great if there were a long-distance teleportation skill," he muttered to himself. "As for using the Void Mirror, it's just for traveling. Using a divine artifact always feels a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut." He walked to the window and looked at the thousands of lights in Spirit City outside, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The investiture ceremony for the Saint and Holy Maiden is imminent, and this grand drama should also begin. After Qian Renxue returned to his room, he immediately began to familiarize himself with his newly acquired spirit ability. Becoming the Saint, catching up with his sister's footsteps, and even surpassing her, this is his greatest wish at this moment. P.S. Qian Renxue's first spirit ring is a growth-type spirit ring, with a maximum of 100,000 years, currently at 20,000 years. The second spirit ring is 10,000 years, and the third spirit ring is 30,000 years. Chapter 112, Coronation Ceremony, Gathering of Forces. Spirit City was exceptionally noisy today, and the air was permeated with an unusual heat. The upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, the 7 great sects, were all present. The 2 great empires had also sent high-ranking delegations. There were countless medium and small sects, high-level spirit master academies, and even figures from some hidden families moving among the crowd. It was for no other reason than that today was the day Spirit Hall was conferring titles upon the Saint and the Holy Maiden. These two were the future heirs to the position of Supreme Pontiff. Such a major event was something no one dared to neglect. Even if one couldn't gain any actual benefits, it was good just to show one's face. On the massive square, the crowd below was like a sea of people, a black expanse that stretched as far as the eye could see. People rubbed shoulders and spoke in low voices, but their gazes were unanimously fixed on the high platform in the center of the square. Thank you all for traveling from afar to grace Spirit Hall with your presence and witness the coronation ceremony of the Saint and the Holy Maiden. Chrysanthemum Douluo stood on the high platform, his voice carrying through the entire venue via spirit power, accompanied by a gentle smile. A chorus of agreement immediately erupted from below, followed by thunderous applause, occasionally interspersed with a few shouts, and the atmosphere instantly became heated. Prince Xu Exing, do you think the Saint and Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall will be those two? A deep voice spoke. It was the first prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Weisi, who had come as a Star Luo Env. A flash of shrewdness crossed Prince Xu Exing's eyes. Apart from them, Spirit Hall would have no other candidates. Elsewhere, Heaven Du and Star Luo were at odds like fire and water, but in Spirit Hall, they were the most reliable allies. Only when strength is equal can there be an alliance. Although Heaven Du's military power was weaker than Star Luo's, its national strength was not necessarily inferior. Star Luo's imperial power was centralized, and its military strength was formidable, whereas Heaven Du's power was dispersed due to the multitude of nobles and sects. But when facing Spirit Hall, the two countries' goals were consistent. "Honor guard, fall in," Chrysanthemum Douluo's voice rang out again. At his words, hundreds of figures stepped out from both sides in perfect unison, forming two rows. These people were dressed in uniform golden armor, swords at their waists, their presence steady and refined. They were all Spirit Emperor-level powerhouses. Their steps were identical, the clashing of their armor creating a clanging sound, as if they were one entity. That aura made everyone below secretly tremble. "Welcome the Supreme Pontiff," Chrysanthemum Douluo shouted loudly, bowing slightly. Qian Xunji, dressed in the Supreme Pontiff's robes, walked slowly onto the high platform. Each step he took felt as if it were landing on the heartstrings of everyone present. That intangible pressure spread, causing the noisy square to instantly quiet down. "We pay respects to the Supreme Pontiff. May the Supreme Pontiff and Spirit Hall exist together, and may he live forever," the honor guard shouted in unison, their voices deafening and filled with fanatical respect. The crowd below was buzzing with discussion. Is this the prestige of Spirit Hall? These honor guards are all at least Spirit Emperors. Outside, a Spirit Emperor is enough to be the head of a small family, but here they are just honor guards. Look at the clothing of those hundreds behind. Their status must be high, and their cultivation is likely even higher, at least starting at Spirit Emperor right. As expected of Spirit Hall, truly full of experts. "HMPH, what's so great about that? I wouldn't deign to join," a burly middle-aged man sneered. "Wouldn't deign to? I think you don't have the qualifications right," someone nearby scoffed. 10 years ago, who was it that got thrown out of a spirit temple branch? "Who, which bastard is spreading rumors?" the middle-aged man shouted angrily. It was this old man who said it. "What do you want to do about it?" An elderly man with graying hair spoke indifferently. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he said sheepishly, "So it's you, Senior." "I was just talking casually. I'm here to see the Saint and Holy Maiden. Senior, please excuse me, I'm going over there." After saying this, he slunk away, drawing a burst of laughter from those around him. Qian Xunji walked to the center of the high platform, his gaze slowly sweeping across the audience. "Today, I have summoned you all for one thing, to confer the titles of Saint and Holy Maiden of our Spirit Hall. They will be the hope of Spirit Hall's future, and the cornerstone of safeguarding the order of this continent. Please welcome the Holy Maiden Qian Renxue, the Saint Qian Renxue," Chrysanthemum Douluo shouted again, his voice filled with passion. Two figures walked out from behind the honor guard and passed through the ranks side by side. Qian Renxue was in a long white dress, her golden hair like a waterfall, her face breathtakingly beautiful, and a faint, holy aura surrounded her. Qian Renxue was in a green outfit, his posture tall and straight. Though still young, he already possessed a certain demeanor. "We pay respects to the Holy Maiden, we pay respects to the Saint," the honor guard shouted again, their voices in perfect unison. The crowd below immediately exploded. Is that the holy maiden Qian Renxue, so beautiful, and her temperament is absolutely stunning. She looks so young. I heard her cultivation is also very strong. Is this the Saint Qian Renxue? He seems only 10-something years old, looking still quite young. They both have the surname Qian. What is their relationship to the Supreme Pontiff? A young man asked curiously. Are you here just to make up the numbers? The person next to him looked at him with disdain. You don't even know this. They are the children of the Supreme Pontiff. Haven't you heard the legend of Qian Renxue crushing the upper three sects 2 years ago? Qian Renxue and Qian Renxue walked onto the high platform and stood beside Qian Xunji. Qian Xunji looked at the two, a trace of satisfaction appearing in his eyes, and said loudly, Qian Renxue, possessing exceptional talent and a resilient heart nature, has received the oracle of the Angel God. From this day forward, she is conferred the title of Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, enjoying the right of succession to the Supreme Pontiff. Qian Renxue, possessing extraordinary intelligence and exceptional potential, from this day forward, is conferred the title of Saint of Spirit Hall, enjoying the right of succession to the Supreme Pontiff. Thank you, Supreme Pontiff. Qian Renxue and Qian Renxue replied in unison, their voices clear and carrying across the entire venue. An attendant walked onto the stage carrying a tray, on which sat 2 exquisite crowns. One was inlaid with white gems, radiating a holy light. The other was inlaid with golden gems, shining brilliantly. Qian Xunji picked up the white crown and looked at Qian Renxue. Wear it, and you must shoulder the responsibility of protecting Spirit Hall and protecting the continent. Qian Renxue bowed slightly. Qian Renxue will certainly not fail the Supreme Pontiff's expectations, nor the hopes of Spirit Hall. Qian Xunji raised his hand and gently placed the crown on her head. Subsequently, he picked up the golden crown and looked at Qian Renxue. This crown is both glory and responsibility. You must follow your sister's example and strive to become stronger. Qian Renxue straightened his chest. Qian Renxue understands. I will certainly not let the Supreme Pontiff down. The crown was also placed on his head. Chrysanthemum Douluo walked to the front of the stage, looked at the crowd below, and shouted, The Saint and Holy Maiden have been conferred. From this moment on, they are the symbols of our Spirit Hall. Does anyone have any objections? No objections, the crowd below responded in unison, their voices not as uniform as the honor guard, but loud enough. In the crowd, Sword Douluo's gaze was locked tightly onto Qian Renxue, his battle intent soaring, and the spirit power around him fluctuating faintly. He still remembered the defeat from 2 years ago. At this moment, feeling the increasingly unfathomable aura from Qian Renxue, his desire for a battle grew even stronger. Uncle Sword, Ning Fengzhai gently pressed his hand and shook his head. Sword Douluo took a deep breath, suppressing his surging battle intent, and said in a low voice, Fengzhai, I know my limits. She has become stronger. What? She has become stronger? Ning Fengzhai was shocked, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Uncle Sword had made Godspeed progress in the last 2 years, and had already grasped the unity of man and sword. Could it be that he still couldn't compare to Qian Renxue's progress? I originally thought my progress was fast enough, but compared to her, it is still insignificant. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Sword Douluo's eyes. But the flame in my heart has never been more intense. I finally understand why my father insisted on challenging Qian Douluo back then, that craving to face a powerhouse is carved into one's bones. Ning Fengzhai looked at Bone Douluo, his eyes full of worry. He was afraid that Sword Douluo would really do something regardless of the consequences. The 7 treasure glazed tile school could not lose this pillar. Bone Douluo patted his shoulder and said to Sword Douluo, If you want to fight, you have to choose the right time. Taking action now is not what a swordsman would do. Sword Douluo nodded, the battle intent in his eyes slightly restrained, but his gaze still did not leave Qian Renxue. In a corner of the square, a young man looked at Qian Renxue on the stage, his fists clenched tightly, and said in a low voice, We meet again. You wait, I will definitely catch up to your pace, definitely. The middle-aged man beside him sighed, patted his back, and a look of helplessness appeared in his eyes. He was still too young after all. It's good to be young. Chapter 113, Reselection of the 7 Great Sects. The ceremony is concluded. Chrysanthemum Douluo's voice suddenly rose, carrying the lingering echo of the celebration. resounding across the entire plaza. To celebrate the coronation of the saint and the Holy Maiden today, Spirit Hall announces that within 3 days, all goods in Spirit City will be sold at 80% of their original price. As soon as his voice fell, thunderous cheers instantly erupted from beneath the stage. Really, Spirit Hall is so generous. 80%, those rare Spirit Master supplies. I can save quite a bit of money now. Let's go, hurry and take a look. If we're late, the good stuff will be snatched up. Don't rush, the Supreme Pontiff might still have something to say. Who cares, let's go grab a good spot first. A commotion immediately arose in the crowd, and many people were already restless. After all, the prices in Spirit City had always been high, and a 20% discount was enough to tempt most people. Just then Qian Xunji stepped forward, his gaze like a torch, sweeping across the restless crowd. He did not speak, but an invisible pressure spread out, instantly silencing the noise, and everyone's gaze was involuntarily focused on him. Today, with so many sects, families, and high-level academies gathered here, I have an announcement to make. Qian Xunji's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The crowd below was instantly silent, as if even their breathing had become much lighter. Ening Fengzhai frowned slightly. Tang Hao and Tang Ziro exchanged a look, a trace of gravity flashing in their eyes. A faint, elusive smile played on the corners of Yu Yuanzhen's mouth as his gaze swept across the direction of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the clear sky sect. Dai Weisi and Prince Yuzing exchanged a glance, both seeing vigilance in each other's eyes. On such an important occasion, what Qian Xunji was about to announce could not be simple. It was most likely closely related to them. Spirit Hall established the 7 great sects with the original intention of maintaining the stability of the Spirit Master's world and assisting the 2 empires in suppressing the fallen. Qian Xunji spoke slowly, his tone flat, yet every word carried great weight. However, what the 7 great sects bring is not only glory, but also the crisis of complacency. After a unanimous decision by the high-level officials of Spirit Hall, we believe that those with ability should occupy the positions, and the Spirit Master's world cannot stagnate. Only through competition can progress be promoted. He paused, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. Starting from today, the 7 great sects will be reselected every 10 years. What? Reselected every 10 years? Is the sky about to change? What is Spirit Hall trying to do? Are the positions of the 7 great sects something that can be moved just because they say so? The upper 3 sects have a deep foundation, are they afraid? What do you know, the sects among the lower 4 sects are probably going to lose sleep. Only through competition can there be progress. That sounds nice. I think Spirit Hall just wants to use this to weaken the power of the 7 great sects. Wolfish ambition, this is an attempt to firmly control the 7 great sects. Below the stage, discussions, exclamations, and questioning voices rose and fell, and the crowd was like boiling water. The people from those small and medium-sized sects had strange lights flashing in their eyes. Reselection meant that they also had a chance to challenge the positions of the 7 great sects. Tang Hao's face was livid, his fists clenched, and he cursed in a low voice. Spirit Hall, truly wolfish ambition. They want to completely disrupt the landscape of the Spirit Master's world and control it single-handedly. Ening Fengzhai's face was as gloomy as water. As one of the upper 3 sects, the 7 treasure glazed tile school seemed stable, but once the reselection began, there would be too many variables. This move by Spirit Hall was too vicious. Yu Yuanzhen, however, remained calm and composed, even watching the reactions of the other 2 sects with great interest. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was currently ranked 3rd, and the lower 4 sects didn't even have a titled Douluo, so they couldn't threaten him at all. And no matter how the upper 3 sects were reshuffled, given the foundation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, there would always be a place for them, so he was naturally not in a hurry. Reselecting the 7 great sects, a look of shock flashed in Prince Yu Xing's eyes, and then he said in a deep voice, Spirit Hall is about to make a big move. Dai Weisi nodded in agreement. Once every 10 years is enough to change many things. It seems we must prepare early. Everyone quiet down. Qian Xunji raised his hand, his spirit power slightly stirred in his palm, and a gentle yet powerful force spread out, suppressing all the discussion, and the plaza became quiet again. The current ranking of the 7 great sects is already outdated. Qian Xunji continued, 7 days from now, the first reselection battle of the 7 great sects will be held 30 miles west of Spirit City. During these days, everyone may rest in Spirit City, and within 7 days, prices will still be calculated at 80%. Below the stage. 7 days from now, so urgent, not even a little preparation time. A sect master stomped his feet in anxiety, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. Spirit Hall must have planned this long ago. It's over, our sect has no preparation at all. Look at Spirit Hall's stance, I'm afraid they have already arranged everything. Let's go, hurry back and prepare. Who wouldn't want to fight for a position among the 7 great sects? Exactly, maybe my sect can soar into the sky. Participate in the battle. Our sect doesn't even have a spirit Douluo, going there is just being cannon fodder. Someone hugged their head and squatted down in despair. What are you afraid of? The reselection might be our chance. My son is a genius rarely seen in a century, maybe he can shock everyone. Some people also had excited light in their eyes, as if they had already seen the hope of the sect's rise. The reaction below the stage was more intense than before. Some were anxious, some excited, some calculating, and some worried. The various parties who had originally come just to observe the ceremony were now all swept into this sudden storm. Qian Xunji watched the reaction below, the corners of his mouth curling into an imperceptible arc. What he wanted was this effect. Only by breaking the old balance can a new order be established, and this order must be led by Spirit Hall. Qian Xunji watched the crowd below, who were either excited, desperate, or angry, and the corners of his mouth curled into a very faint arc. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears. There are many fresh things in Spirit City, those interested can go and take a look. He paused, a trace of unfathomable light flashing in his eyes. It will definitely bring you surprises. A buzzing sound of discussion rang out in the crowd again, and some people walked out cursing, obviously wanting to go back and prepare in advance. Others hesitated, wanting to seize this 20% discount opportunity to purchase supplies, but also afraid of missing the news about the reselection. There were also people from small sects gathering together, hurriedly discussing countermeasures, their faces full of anxiety. Qian Xunji said nothing more, and turned to look at Qian Renxue and Qian Renxue behind him. Qian Renxue followed expressionlessly, her golden hair tracing a cold arc behind her. Qian Renxue followed quickly, with a trace of unspent excitement still in his eyes. When the 3 walked down the stage, their footsteps were steady, forming a sharp contrast with the chaos below, their backs upright. Chapter 114, Qian Xunji meets Yu Yuanzhen. Inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Qian Xunji sat upright on the Supreme Pontiff throne, his gaze sweeping over those below. Chrysanthemum, take Qian Renxue and Zyro Shan to familiarize themselves with the duties of the Saint and Holy Maiden. Yes, Your Holiness. Chrysanthemum Douluo bowed in response, turned to look at Qian Renxue and Zyro Shan and said, Saint, Holy Maiden, please come with me. Wait, Qian Xunji added, from now on, all official business that the Saint and Holy Maiden need to handle can be handed over to Bibaidong. The cultivation of Qian Renxue and Zyro Shan is of the utmost importance and must not be delayed. This subordinate understands. Chrysanthemum Douluo responded again and led Qian Renxue and Zyro Shan out of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Only Qian Xunji and Ghost Douluo remained in the palace. Qian Xunji looked at Ghost Douluo. Ghost, go call Yu Yuanzhen of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Tell him I have something to discuss with him. Yes, Ghost Douluo's figure flickered, turning into a black shadow, and he instantly vanished from the palace. In a corner of Spirit City, a spacious residence stood quietly. This was the accommodation arranged by Spirit Hall for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, large enough to house over 100 people, with an elegant courtyard and complete facilities. The face of the upper 3 sects had to be maintained after all. Even if Spirit Hall intended to beat them down, they disdained to play tricks on such trivial matters, otherwise it would make them appear narrow-minded. Who is there? Yu Yuanzhen was sitting by the stone table in the courtyard, closing his eyes to rest. Sensing a disturbance, he suddenly opened his eyes, lightning flashing in them as his spirit power instantly went on alert. A black shadow walked out from behind the trees outside the courtyard, It was Ghost Douluo. It is me. Yu Yuanzhen's brows furrowed tightly, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Ghost Douluo, this is the residence of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Isn't it quite inappropriate for you to barge in without permission? As a sect master, when had he ever received such contempt? The Supreme Pontiff has matters to discuss with you. Ghost Douluo's tone was flat, devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely conveying an inconsequential message. My Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is not an affiliate of Spirit Hall. Yu Yuanzhen's face darkened. Ghost Douluo's dismissive attitude made him extremely dissatisfied. Regardless of anything else, he was a titled Douluo-level powerhouse and a sect master. The other party didn't even show basic respect. This reminded him of Spirit Hall's usual attitude toward the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the anger in his heart burned even brighter. Sect Master Yu, this is Spirit Hall. The will of the Supreme Pontiff is paramount. Ghost Douluo glanced at him, his tone remaining cold. The message has been delivered, think it over yourself. Having said that, his figure flickered, and he vanished into a black shadow once again. Spirit Hall, a fine Spirit Hall. Yu Yuanzhen slammed his hand onto the stone table, and the hard stone table instantly cracked and collapsed. His eyes were filled with raging fire, and his chest heaved violently. An hour later, after intense internal struggle, Yu Yuanzhen set off for the Supreme Pontiff Palace. He held an elder's token in his hand, so as long as there were no special circumstances, entering and leaving the Supreme Pontiff Palace was not difficult. Sect Master Yu, everyone has arrived. Why not enter the palace for a talk? Qian Xunji's voice came from inside the palace, carrying a trace of an elusive smile. Yu Yuanzhen hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked into the Supreme Pontiff Palace. The palace was empty, and Qian Xunji sat upright on the high Supreme Pontiff throne, looking down at him. That gaze caused an inexplicable rage to rise in Yu Yuanzhen's heart. Unable to bear the feeling of being looked down upon, Yu Yuanzhen spoke first, his tone stiff. Supreme Pontiff, what business do you have with me? Qian Xunji smiled slightly and got straight to the point. 7 days from now, the battle for the reselection of the 7 great sects will begin. Sect Master Yu, do you not want to compete for the position of the #1 sect in the world? This old man is advanced in years and has long been unable to compete for those empty names. Yu Yuanzhen replied indifferently. He didn't know what medicine Qian Xunji was selling in his gourd, so naturally he didn't want to say more. If the Supreme Pontiff only summoned me for this, then I will take my leave. Sect Master Yu is joking. Qian Xunji shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. You have already reached the 96th rank and become a Super Douluo. Do you really not want to compete for this #1 position in the world? What? How do you know I am already at the 96th rank? Yu Yuanzhen raised his head abruptly, his eyes full of shock and vigilance. His breakthrough to Super Douluo was extremely secret and had never been publicized. How did Qian Xunji know? Is that difficult? Qian Xunji chuckled. The aura emitted by spirit masters at each stage is different. Every time a titled Douluo improves by 1 rank, their aura undergoes subtle changes. A 96th rank Super Douluo is not something an ordinary titled Douluo can compare to. That aura cannot deceive anyone. Yu Yuanzhen was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I did not expect the Supreme Pontiff's cultivation to be so profound that you could see through my cultivation at a glance. Speaking of which, I must thank your daughter. If it weren't for that battle 2 years ago, I might not have broken through today. He recalled 2 years ago, when he briefly achieved fusion with the 9 crowns of the True Dragon, his aura once surged to the 97th rank. Although he was eventually defeated, and the 9 crowns of the True Dragon lost much of its spirituality, unable to be used for 30 years, he had used this opportunity to break through to the 96th rank, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. So Sect Master Yu, you do have designs on the #1 sect in the world after all. Qian Xunji pressed again, his gaze staring sharply at him. A sharp glint flashed in Yu Yuanzhen's eyes, and he no longer hid his ambition. The #1 sect in the world is something I am naturally determined to obtain. I have waited too long for this day, and now is the opportunity. Oh, then in 7 days, does Sect Master Yu intend to challenge the Clear Sky sect first? Qian Xunji asked with feigned curiosity. Clear Sky sect, Yu Yuanzhen sneered, his tone full of disdain. With the current Clear Sky sect, are they worthy? They only have Tang Ziro, who has just become a titled Douluo not long ago, to hold the fort. If I fight, I will fight the 7 treasure glazed tile school. His eyes flashed with battle intent. He thought to himself, in the past, those 3 old guys from the 7 treasure glazed tile school were shameless and joined forces to deal with him, which was why he was defeated. Now that he was a 96th rank Super Douluo, the advantage was with him, and he would definitely wash away the shame. Qian Xunji looked at him and suddenly asked in return, Sect Master Yu, do you want to remain the 3rd sect in the world forever? What does the Supreme Pontiff mean by this? Yu Yuanzhen frowned, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. 2 years ago, Sword Douluo Chenzin also broke through to a 96th rank Super Douluo, Qian Xunji said slowly. Added to the support of Bone Douluo and Ning Fengzhai, Sect Master Yu, how much chance of winning do you think you have? Broke through to the 96th rank 2 years ago, could it be that time? Yu Yuanzhen's expression changed slightly, and he fell into silence. He knew very well that the gap between the 96th and 95th rank was huge, not to mention that the other party also had 2 powerful support types, Bone Douluo and Ning Fengzhai. He really wasn't confident in taking on 3 alone. Sect Master Yu, even if you can't compete for number 1 in the world, being number 2 in the world is much better than being number 3 now, right? Qian Xunji tempted him step by step. Yes, number 2 in the world, Yu Yuanzhen muttered to himself, then looked at Qian Xunji strangely. Supreme Pontiff, why are you telling me this? Although being number 2 in the world was not as good as number 1, it was far better than number 3. This information was indeed important to him. It's nothing, Qian Xunji said indifferently. I just don't like the Clear Sky sect. If someone is willing to deal with them for me, I am naturally happy to see it happen. How shrewd was Yu Yuanzhen? He immediately sensed something was wrong. He looked up at Qian Xunji and asked in a deep voice, The Supreme Pontiff called me here. I'm afraid it's not just to tell me these things, right? The smile on Qian Xunji's face gradually faded, and his eyes became deep. I hope that when you fight Tang Zyro, you will strike a little harder. Yu Yuanzhen's heart skipped a beat. As expected, he looked at Qian Xunji deeply. He did not agree, nor did he refuse, but simply cupped his hands. Farewell. Having said that, he turned and left the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Watching Yu Yuanzhen's departing back, the corners of Qian Xunji's mouth curled into a cold sneer. Clear Sky Sect, this stumbling block should also be moved aside. If used well, this blade named Yu Yuanzhen would be enough to make the battle for the reselection of the 7 great sects even more exciting. Yu Yuanzhen walked out of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, looked up at the sky, and his expression was complex. Qian Xunji's meaning was very clear. He wanted to use his hand to suppress the Clear Sky sect. While he certainly had no good feelings for the Clear Sky sect, he did not want to be a pawn of Spirit Hall. Number 2 in the world, he whispered to himself, lightning flashing in his clenched fists. No matter what this time, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect must absolutely not be 3rd again. Chapter 115, Qian Xunji summons Hu Yanzhen. Night, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Ghost Douluo led a burly man inside. The man had semi-white hair, a resolute face and knotted muscles. Even wearing loose robes, it was hard to hide that explosive sense of power. It was none other than the Elephant Armored Academy sect master, Hu Yanzhen. He raised his eyes to look at Qian Xunji on the throne. Although the other party looked young, that invisible pressure made him dare not show the slightest bit of contempt. He quickly cupped his hands and bowed. Elephant Armored Academy sect master Hu Yanzhen greets the Supreme Pontiff. His voice was loud and resonant, carrying a certain heaviness from being long tested on the battlefield. Qian Xunji tapped his fingertips on the armrest, his gaze falling upon him as he spoke indifferently. Hu Yanzhen, how many years have you been stuck at level 89? Do you have any confidence in breaking through? Hearing this, a trace of bitterness flashed across Hu Yanzhen's face, and his voice deepened a bit. This old man has been at level 89 for nearly 10 years. I feel that without a heaven-sent opportunity, it will be difficult to break through in this lifetime. How could he not be a genius of the Elephant Armored Academy? With innate level 9 spirit power, back then the Elephant Armored Academy was only a mid-tier sect, lacking resources and completely unable to nurture a titled Douluo. As the young sect master, he had to go to the front lines himself, fighting for resources for the sect amidst the blades and shadows. Becoming a spirit Douluo at 45 and reaching level 89, before 70, was already a stunning display of talent. But his body full of hidden injuries became the biggest obstacle. The resources needed for the breakthrough, even if the entire Elephant Armored Academy were sold, could not be gathered. This hurdle had almost become his death trap. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of Qian Xunji's mouth. Hu Yanzhen, what if I could make you a titled Douluo? Hu Yanzhen suddenly raised his head, an unbelievable light erupting in his eyes, which immediately turned into wild joy. He knelt on one knee, his knee hitting the ground with a dull thud, his voice trembling with excitement. If the Supreme Pontiff can help this old man break through, Hu Yanzhen is willing to serve Spirit Hall like a dog or horse. The entire Elephant Armored Academy will follow Spirit Hall's lead, in this life and this world. I will never have a second heart. He pressed his forehead against the cold floor, his heart churning like a stormy sea. Titled Douluo, that was the realm he dreamed of, the hope that could allow the Elephant Armored Academy to rise completely. Isn't it just pledging allegiance to Spirit Hall? For the Tao, it is not shameful. You are quite sensible, Qian Xunji chuckled, his tone carrying a bit of satisfaction. Hu Yanzhen raised his head, his voice low. Supreme Pontiff, you do not know how difficult it is for an ordinary family to produce a titled Douluo. This old man is the one with the best talent in the clan, but my grandson only has innate level 7 spirit power. One titled Douluo is enough to ensure the family remains prosperous for at least another 100 years. His voice carried concern for his family and a longing for the future. On that resolute face, there was now a hint of fragility. Qian Xunji said no more. With a flick of his finger, a medicinal pill that was entirely translucent white and emitting a faint halo floated in the air, sent to Hu Yanzhen by a gentle stream of spirit power. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to Infinite Novel Audio. This boundary-breaking pill can help you break through your bottleneck. Hu Yanzhen received the medicinal pill with both hands. It felt warm and smooth, and a pure energy transmitted through his palms. He put the medicinal pill into his mouth without the slightest hesitation, not even thinking about whether there was a problem with the medicine. If the Supreme Pontiff wanted to kill him, there would be no need for such trouble. In the face of absolute power, being sensible is the only way to live longer. He was clear about his own status and position. The medicinal pill melted upon entering his mouth, turning into a warm current that surged into his dantian, then spreading along his meridians to his limbs and bones. Those blocked meridians seemed to be soaked in warm water, the stubborn bottleneck faintly loosening, and his hidden injuries from many years were gradually healing under the nourishment of the medicine's power. Hu Yanzhen hurriedly sat cross-legged, using all his power to guide this force to strike against the barrier of the titled Douluo. An hour later, a majestic titled Douluo aura suddenly erupted from his body, carrying the heaviness and stability unique to the Earth attribute, causing the entire Supreme Pontiff Palace to tremble slightly. Hu Yanzhen suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light shooting from them. Feeling the surging spirit power within his body, he trembled with excitement. Finally, I have become a titled Douluo. He had waited for this day for nearly 10 years, and at this moment, he could no longer suppress the wild joy in his heart. He knelt on one knee again, his voice choked. Many thanks to the Supreme Pontiff for making this happen. This favor, Hu Yanzhen will never forget. From now on, this old man's life belongs to the Supreme Pontiff. Qian Xunji waved his hand. There is no need for that. You will still be the sect master of the Elephant Armored Academy. 7 days from now, I want you to replace the Clear Sky sect and become one of the new upper 3 sects. Do you have the confidence? Hu Yanzhen was stunned, but then burning fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Rest assured, Supreme Pontiff, it's just. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and his complexion reddened slightly. Although your subordinate is now level 90, I have not yet absorbed my 9th spirit ring. My Elephant Armored Academy only has 3 spirit Douluo, and the one who came with me to Spirit City is only a level 83 spirit Douluo. Within 7 days, I fear it will be difficult to find a suitable spirit beast. He paused, gritted his teeth, and said, Supreme Pontiff, could you lend a few spirit Douluo to assist? Your subordinate is willing to go hunt an 80,000-year spirit beast. Even if I have to risk this old life, I must replace the Clear Sky sect. He thought to himself, the Clear Sky sect now only has Tang Zyro as a newly promoted titled Douluo, now that he is also a titled Douluo, who is afraid of whom? There is no need for that, Qian Xunji said indifferently. I have already prepared a 90,000-year sub-dragon spirit beast for you. Just follow Ghost Douluo to hunt it. A 90,000-year sub-dragon spirit beast. Hu Yanzhen was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out, and his voice went out of tune from excitement. Supreme Pontiff, your subordinate will definitely replace the Clear Sky sect. Even if I have to burn my spirit origin, I will not hesitate. A sub-dragon spirit beast has combat power comparable to a 100,000-year ordinary spirit beast. Even if the entire Elephant Armored Academy mobilized and used their full strength, they might not be able to take it down. With such a spirit ring, level 91 will no longer be his end point. The Supreme Pontiff has shown such great kindness, he can only repay it with his life. You are now an elder of my spirit hall, how could I let you burn your origin? Qian Xunji said. 7 days later, Yu Yuanzhen will fight the Clear Sky sect first, and you will fight the Clear Sky sect afterward. Hu Yanzhen's heart stirred. Yu Yuanzhen, could it be that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has also pledged allegiance to Spirit Hall? What exactly is the scheme behind this? He shook his head and stopped overthinking. No matter what, not having to risk his life was always a good thing. He was now a titled Douluo, his lifespan greatly increased, longer than his grandson's. If he had a great-grandson or a great-great-grandson with good talent, he could personally nurture them into titled Douluo. Ghost, take Hu Yanzhen to obtain his spirit ring, Qian Xunji ordered. Yes, Ghost Douluo replied, turned around, and signaled for Hu Yanzhen to follow. Deep in the spirit forest, a sub-dragon spirit beast nearly 100 meters long lay, paralyzed on the ground, with no breath left. Its body was covered in green-grey scales, with a single horn on its head. Although not a true dragon, it still carried a hint of dragon might. Hu Yanzhen was sitting cross-legged in front of it, absorbing the pitch-black, terrifyingly energetic spirit ring with all his might. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the first ray of morning light shone through the gaps in the leaves, falling onto Hu Yanzhen. He suddenly opened his eyes, a more majestic aura than before erupting. Earth-yellow spirit power flowed around his body, carrying a low whistle like a dragon's roar. Ha ha ha, this old man is a level 91 titled Douluo. He stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, felt the surging power within his body, and his face was full of high-spirited smiles. The realm has stabilized, let's go back, do not expose yourself. Ghost Douluo's voice came from the side, still cold and hoarse. Hu Yanzhen hurriedly restrained his aura and cupped his hands to Ghost Douluo. Many thanks to Elder Ghost for protecting me all the way. This great favor, Hu Yanzhen will keep in my heart. His attitude was respectful. Ghost Douluo was a veteran titled Douluo with unfathomable strength, definitely not someone he, a newly promoted level 91, could compare to. Ghost Douluo glanced at him and said indifferently, "This was the Supreme Pontiff's arrangement, no need to thank me." He pointed to the corpse of the sub-dragon spirit beast on the ground and said, "For this sub-dragon, you take one hind leg and bring it back for your sect to nourish themselves. They are too weak and cannot amount to much." Hu Yanzhen's eyes lit up and he quickly replied, "Many thanks, Elder Ghost." With a swift stroke of his hand, he cut off a thick dragon leg and put the hind leg into his spirit tool, his face blooming with joy. He thought to himself, this is the leg of a 90,000-year sub-dragon spirit beast, how pure the energy contained within it is. Bringing it back to make soup for his sons and grandsons, perhaps his sons could produce good grandsons with innate level 8 or higher. By then, the Elephant Armored Academy would truly rise. Ghost Douluo waved his hand and collected the remaining sub-dragon corpse into his own spirit tool, saying, "Let's go, back to report." Yes. 2 figures quickly disappeared into the dense forest, leaving behind a scene of mess. At the Elephant Armored Academy's residence, when Hu Yanzhen returned, the excitement on his face had not yet faded. He handed a portion of the dragon leg meat to his confidant, gave a few low instructions, and then entered the secret room alone. He needed to familiarize himself with his newly acquired power as soon as possible. The battle for the reselection of the 7 great sects 7 days from now would be the best opportunity for the Elephant Armored Academy to rise. Chapter 116, The Selection of the 7 Great Sects begins. The outskirts of Spirit City were currently packed with people. In just a few days, over 100,000 spirit masters had flocked here from all over the continent, all to witness the selection battle of the 7 great sects with their own eyes. A duel at the titled Douluo level was something ordinary spirit masters rarely encountered in a lifetime. To be able to watch it from up close today, and without bearing any risk, such a temptation was impossible to resist. Coupled with the spirit masters already inside Spirit City, the total number of spirit masters gathered here exceeded 200,000. Such a scale had not been seen in nearly 20 years. Did you hear? The Clear Sky sect is likely in trouble this time. They only have Tangzairo, a newly promoted titled Douluo, to hold the fort. In trouble, a camel that's dying is still bigger than a horse. The reputation of the Clear Sky Hammer isn't just hot air. I bet the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect can make it into the top 2. Sect Master Yu is a level 95 titled Douluo. I think the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will be first. They have Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo holding the fort, plus Schoolmaster Ning providing support. Who can compete with that? The discussions continued. Everyone was arguing for the sect they supported, their eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation, and the air was filled with a restless atmosphere. Just then, the crowd automatically parted to create a passage. Qian Xunji walked over, escorted by 1,000 palace guard knights. The knights wore golden armor and marched in unison, the clanking of their armor ringing out powerfully, exuding an invisible majesty. Qian Xunji was dressed in his supreme pontiff robes. His expression was calm, yet he possessed an aura of looking down on the world. Wherever he passed, the discussions quieted down a few notches. Following that, the various great families and sects appeared one after another. The Clear Sky sect group walked over. Tangzairo led the way, his expression steady, though there was a hint of solemnity between his brows. Tang Hao followed closely behind. His aura was restrained, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, scanning the surroundings with a touch of vigilance. Tang San followed behind his father. Although young, he already vaguely possessed a certain bearing, his gaze calmly observing the situation. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Schools team appeared much more composed. Ning Fengzhai wore a gentle smile. Beside him, Sword Douluo was dressed in white, carrying a long sword on his back, his eyes indifferent, with only the occasional flash of brilliance revealing his inner turmoil. Bone Douluo was dressed in black, his back hunched. He looked unremarkable, yet no one dared to underestimate him. Yu Yuanzhen of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect walked at the front. He was tall and sturdy, with electricity faintly flickering around him. His face bore a hint of arrogance, and his gaze, when sweeping across other sects, carried undisguised battle intent. Among the Elephant Armored Academy group, Hu Yanzhen was the most conspicuous. He was burly, and his aura was even more profound than it had been a few days ago. The look he cast at Tangzairo held a hint of provocation and determination. To replace the Clear Sky sect, it would be today. The Fire Leopard sect, Black Tiger sect, Wind Sword sect, and other lower 4 sects also appeared in turn, each with their own momentum, yet none could hide their awe of the upper 3 sects. The surrounding small and medium-sized sects appeared much more restrained, mostly huddled on the fringes, their eyes filled with envy and longing, hopping to make a name for themselves in this selection. Prince Xu Xing looked at the more than 200,000 spirit masters before him, feeling secretly shocked. If this power were united, could the 2 empires resist it? He subconsciously looked at Dai Weisi beside him. Dai Weisi sensed his gaze and said indifferently, Prince Xu Xing, don't forget, we are also spirit masters. This continent, when all is said and done, is still the world of spirit masters. Only strength can make one's status more secure. Internally, however, he felt disdain. The small and medium-sized sects and academies of Star Luo were all under the Emperor's control. The more there were, the stronger the Empire. Heaven Du couldn't even manage its own country's spirit masters. It was truly pathetic. Xu Xing remained silent, only looking ahead, his expression complex. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from behind Qian Xunji. 8 golden wings slowly unfolded, and a holy halo of light spread out, enveloping him. Those wings were layered and overlapping, every single feather constructed from the purest light, exuding a heart-palpitating sacred aura, the pressure far exceeding that of an ordinary seraphim. What is that, 8 wings? Isn't the Supreme Pontiff's spirit a seraphim? How could it turn into 8 wings? This is impossible. The angel spirit has at most 6 wings. Could 8 wings be a god? Exclamations rose one after another. Everyone was shocked by this never-before-seen 8-winged angel. Some rubbed their eyes, doubting they had seen correctly. but the pressure brought by those 8 wings was incredibly real, pressing down so hard that many low-level spirit masters could barely breathe. Tang Hao's pupils shrank, staring fixedly at those 8 wings, a stormy sea rising in his heart. 8 wings, just like her, Qian Xunji's spirit had actually evolved. Ening Fengzhai's expression was solemn. How many more secrets is Spirit Hall hiding? This kind of foundation was truly chilling. A flash of fear crossed Yu Yuanzhen's eyes. What a Spirit Hall, what a Qian Xunji. Zhu Xing and Dai Weisi exchanged a look, both seeing solemnity and unease in each other's eyes. The stronger the Supreme Pontiff, the more disadvantageous it was for the 2 empires. 6 wings were already that formidable. The power of 8 wings was simply unimaginable. A light flashed around Qian Xunji. The 8-winged angel possessed him, and his figure turned into a stream of light, instantly flying to an open space a mile away. A soft light shone on his left wrist, and the external spirit bone, earth ring, appeared. A circle of yellow energy spread out from him, ripples oscillating like water, quickly covering 100 jang radius centered on him. "Rise," he said in a low voice. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. The ground began to vibrate slightly, as if a giant beast were awakening underground. The surrounding spirit masters felt a suction force from under their feet, as if the power from the depths of the earth was being drawn away. The ground beneath them sank slightly, and then immediately bulged upward. Soil churned, rocks rolled. The entire process was slow, yet carried an irresistible, mighty power. In just a few breaths' time, the 100 jang area centered on Qian Xunji had actually been raised by 3 feet, forming a huge circular platform, like a naturally formed arena. Hiss, is this something a human can do? Moving mountains and filling seas would be nothing more than this. Could the Supreme Pontiff have already become a god? I want to join Spirit Hall. From today on, I am a believer of the Supreme Pontiff, a young man shouted excitedly, his face full of fanaticism. Just you, not everyone can pass the Spirit Hall's examination. A young female spirit master next to him curled her lip, though her eyes also carried a hint of wavering. I don't care, I will strive to join Spirit Hall. The man clenched his fists, his attitude resolute. Tang Hao looked at the huge stone platform, feeling a wave of bitterness in his heart. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. With such power, could he still contend against him? Zhu Xing and Dai Weisi exchanged looks again, seeing determination in each other's eyes. The waters of Spirit Hall were deeper than they had imagined. It was time to adjust their policies towards Spirit Hall. Ening Fengzhai looked at Qian Xunji on the stone platform, his gaze deep, not knowing what he was contemplating. The cane in his hand tapped the ground lightly, but the rhythm was somewhat chaotic. Qian Xunji looked at the earth ring on his left hand with satisfaction. This was the first time he had used this 500,000-year external spirit bone at full power, and the effect far exceeded his expectations. It was just that the consumption was indeed not small. In a few breaths, it had consumed 2% of his spirit power. Thinking of how this spirit bone could evolve so quickly, he had to thank Qian Renxue. After her earth ring grew to 150,000 years, although the system's feedback multiplier wasn't high, it had still benefited his spirit bone greatly. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, his voice carrying through his spirit power to reach the entire audience. The competition arena is prepared. Now, I announce the rules for the selection. First, the use of prohibited drugs is not allowed. Second, one may voluntarily concede. Third, whoever falls off the arena loses. Fourth, whoever is beaten until they lose consciousness loses. Fifth, there is no limit to the number of people on the arena. Each sect can decide how many people to send on their own. Once the rules were announced, there was much discussion off the stage. No limit to the number of people. Does this mean group fighting is allowed? The upper 3 sects have a large following. Do we small sects have any chance of survival? The Clear Sky sect is in trouble now. They have the fewest people. The Elephant Armored Academy has brought quite a few people this time. Maybe they can really create a miracle. Discussions, exclamations, and worried voices intertwined. Everyone was calculating for their own sect, and the smell of gunpowder in the air grew stronger. Qian Xunji stood on the stone platform, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below, each harboring their own thoughts, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 117, Reselection, the First Battle. Qian Xunji moved slightly and flew in front of the crowd. the phantom of the eight-winged angel flapping slowly behind him, bringing an intangible pressure. Now I announce that the reselection battle of the 7 great sects officially begins. As his voice fell, the audience went quiet for a moment, then erupted into cheers like a tsunami. Countless spirit masters stood on tiptoe, their eyes fixed intently on the huge circular arena, looking forward to the start of the first duel. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The arena remained empty, no one from any sect went up. Everyone's gaze focused unanimously on the upper 3 sects, with a mixture of anticipation and curiosity in their eyes. If the upper 3 sects did not move, who else would dare to go up first? After all, the ones who could truly decide the landscape of the 7 great sects were these 3 giants. In the clear sky sect camp, Tang Xiao frowned, his gaze shifting between the 7 treasure-glazed tile school and the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Tang Hao looked cold and stern, his arms crossed, as if he would accept the challenge no matter who the opponent was. On the 7 treasure-glazed tile school side, Ning Fengzhai smiled gently, occasionally exchanging glances with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo beside him, as if discussing countermeasures. Sword Douluo stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze as sharp as a sword, vaguely locking onto the direction of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, his battle intent hidden. Bone Douluo looked relaxed, a faint smile hanging on the corners of his mouth, making it impossible to gauge his depth. Yu Yuanzhen of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect stood at the very front, surrounded by crackling electricity, his face wearing undisguised arrogance. Since you are all shirking responsibility, I will make the arrangements. Qian Xunji's voice broke the deadlock. First match, 7 treasure-glazed tile school versus blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. Whoa! Good heavens, a heavy hitter right from the start. The upper 3 sects are going head-to-head. This is going to be good. The 7 treasure-glazed tile school with their support and 2 Douluo, against Sect Master Yu of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, who will win. I bet on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is the #1 beast spirit in the world. I think the 7 treasure-glazed tile school has a better chance of winning. Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, plus Schoolmaster Enning's support, it's absolutely seamless. The discussions rose and fell, everyone was excited. This duel came earlier and was more intense than they had imagined. Uncle Bone, Uncle Sword, let's go up, Ning Fengzhai said calmly. HMPH, I've been waiting for this. Bone Douluo stretched his muscles, making a cracking sound, and was the first to leap onto the arena. Sword Douluo tapped his toes, his figure like white lightning, instantly landing on the arena. The long sword on his back emitted a faint hum, as if yearning for battle. Ning Fengzhai walked up to the arena with his cane, unhurriedly. Although he was only a spirit saint, he possessed a natural air of composure. Seeing this, Yu Yuanzhen snorted coldly. With a flicker of his body, he flew onto the arena with a trail of electricity, landing steadily opposite the 3, his spirit power surging, his aura oppressive. On the huge circular arena, the 4 stood in confrontation, invisible waves of energy colliding in the center, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. The more than 200,000 spirit masters below held their breath, their eyes locked tightly on the stage, afraid of missing any detail. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. The 7 treasure-glazed tile school is still the same, so shameless. Yu Yuanzhen looked at the 3 people opposite him, his face full of mockery. His tone carried undisguised anger. You always want to gang up on people. Do you really think my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has no one else? Bone Douluo sneered, his hunched body straightening slightly. Old thing, if you can't afford to lose, do not come. The Supreme Pontiff said, there is no limit to the number of people. If you have the ability, call your people up too. Sword Douluo's eyes were indifferent, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightened slightly, his sword intent rising. He did not care what the other party said, he was just waiting for the battle to begin. Uncle Bone, Ning Fengzhai raised his hand to stop Bone Douluo, his gaze turning to Yu Yuanzhen, his tone calm. Thunder Douluo, I Ning Fengzhai, am only a spirit saint, of no use in battle. But the 7 treasure-glazed tile school is a whole. Only with Uncle Bone and Uncle Sword can my support ability be brought to its strongest. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's team below, and continued. Just now, the Supreme Pontiff said that there is no limit to the number of people. Thunder Douluo, you have many Spirit Douluo and Spirit Saints with you. Why not call them all onto the stage? My 7 treasure glazed tile school will only send 3. After saying this, he tapped his cane gently, his posture calm and unhurried. The audience was once again in an uproar. Schoolmaster Ning makes sense. There is no limit to the number of people. Why restrict how many others can participate? Exactly, the 7 treasure glazed tile school is clearly in the right. Is it Sect Master Yu who cannot afford to lose? I think Sect Master Yu is scared. Knowing he cannot beat the 3 of them combined, he is saying this on purpose. You cannot say that, after all. Fighting 3 against 1 is too disadvantageous. Disadvantageous? In the battle of the upper 3 sects, what disadvantage is there? Winning is the only truth. Fine, what a good Ning Fengzhai. Yu Yuanzhen was choked for words, his face turning blue and white. He naturally knew that Ning Fengzhai was deliberately provoking him. The other Spirit Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, combined, were not a match for the 2 Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Calling them up would just be adding more cannon fodder. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, turned his gaze to Sword Douluo, and asked in a deep voice, I heard that you had a breakthrough and became a level 96 Super Douluo. What? Sword Douluo also became level 96. My god, level 96 Super Douluo, plus Bone Douluo and Schoolmaster Enning's support. This combat power is unimaginable. Now the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has no hope at all. Maybe the 7 treasure glazed tile school can take the position of the number 1 sect in the world this time. The exclamations from below rose and fell. Everyone knew how heavy a level 96 Super Douluo was, not to mention the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. This combat power was almost overwhelming. Sword Douluo met Yu Yuanzhen's gaze and nodded slowly. That is right, I have now entered level 96. He did not want to make a scene, but since he was asked, there was no need to hide it. Strength was, after all, the best proof. Yu Yuanzhen looked at the undisguised Super Douluo aura on Sword Douluo, then looked at the eager Bone Douluo and the calm and composed Ning Fengzhai on the side. The last glimmer of luck in his heart disappeared. He knew very well that fighting 3 against 1, there was no chance of winning. Forcing a fight would only make the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect lose face. He turned around abruptly. His movements clean and decisive. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect forfeits. Before his voice fell, he leaped off the arena and returned to his team, his face so gloomy it could drip water. Forfeited just like that? What is going on? They have not even started fighting yet. Are you stupid? Sect Master Yu is not stupid. Fighting 3 against 1, and 1 is a level 96, 1 is a level 95, plus a top-tier support. Going up is just serving yourself on a platter. That is right, saving strength to deal with the upcoming battles is the wise choice. It is a pity I did not get to see the duel of the Super Douluo. The crowd below discussed it, some with regret, some with understanding, and some with the disappointment of those who love to watch chaos. Qian Xunji's voice sounded at the right time. I announce, the first match, 7 treasure glazed tile school wins. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the Clear Sky sect's direction. Next, 7 treasure glazed tile school versus Clear Sky sect. What? Another upper 3 sects duel? The Clear Sky sect is in trouble now, up against the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The Clear Sky sect only has Tang Zyro as a titled Douluo right. Can they win? Hard to say. The Clear Sky sect's self-created spirit ability is truly powerful. Although their overall strength might not be as good as before, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. I bet on the 7 treasure glazed tile school to win. After all, they have a Super Douluo and a level 95 titled Douluo. As soon as the new duel list was released, the atmosphere below was ignited again. Everyone's eyes focused on the Clear Sky sect and the 7 treasure glazed tile school, looking forward to this battle, which was also full of suspense. In the Clear Sky sect, Camp Tang Zyro and Tang Hao looked at each other, and both saw the gravity in each other's eyes. On the 7 treasure glazed tile school arena, Ning Fengzhai, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo stood in place, looking calmly at the direction of the Clear Sky sect, waiting for their decision. Chapter 118, Tang Clan Divine Rank activated. Sect Master, among those of our Clear Sky sect who have come here, only you, I, and Tang Hao are the strongest. But even if the 3 of us attack together, There is absolutely no way we can defeat Ning Fengzhai and his two companions. Seventh Elder Tang Lai was so anxious that sweat beaded on his forehead, his face pale, and his voice carried an undisguised sense of anxiety. He knew the gap in strength between the two sides very well. If they fought head-on, they would only lose even more miserably. Tang Ziro clenched his fists tightly, his tone resolute. This battle must be fought. Otherwise, how will our Clear Sky sect have the face to stand in this world? Having said that, he prepared to step forward. Big brother, Tang Hao grabbed him, his gaze firm. I will fight this battle. You need to conserve your strength to deal with the upcoming duel with Yu Yuanjun, otherwise our Clear Sky sect will truly be in danger. He took a deep breath, a flash of pride appearing on his face. This time, I will definitely establish the prestige of the Clear Sky sect. Brother Hao, don't force yourself. Tang Ziro wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Tang Hao. Rest assured, big brother, I still need to watch little Sang grow up. I won't be reckless. Tang Hao patted his shoulder, turned and walked toward the arena, leaping up and landing steadily on the stage. He wore simple coarse cloth clothes, his figure looking slightly thin, yet he possessed an aura of standing tall between heaven and earth. Ning Fengzhai looked at Tang Hao on the stage, a flick of complexity in his eyes, and asked, Tang Hao, just you alone, Tang Ziro isn't coming on stage. He thought to himself that this Tang Hao was also a brilliant genius back in the day. If not for Qian Xunji taking away his 6 spirit bones, his strength today would likely be even greater. However, after so many years, Tang Hao had never been able to recover to the titled Douluo realm, so he was not really a cause for concern. Tang Hao did not look at him, his gaze locked straight onto Sword Douluo, his voice resonant and powerful. Sword Douluo, I have long heard that your 7-kill sword has the greatest attack power in the world, and only your 7-kill sword is qualified to compete with my Clear Sky Hammer for the title of the world's #1 tool spirit. Today, I would like to experience your 7-kill sword. There was not a shred of fear on his face. Instead, it carried the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. Sword Douluo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Tang Hao, you are currently only at the spirit Douluo realm, and you want to fight me. That's right, I want to challenge you, Sword Douluo. Do you dare to accept? Tang Hao's tone was decisive, carrying an indomitable aura. Good, your courage is commendable. A flash of appreciation appeared in Sword Douluo's eyes, followed immediately by a hint of regret. Let me see how much ability the Tang Hao who inherited the title of Clear Sky back then still possesses today. It's a pity, if not for the events of that year, you would have been qualified to be my opponent. His tone was flat, yet it expressed a sense of regret. Damn Qian Xunji, Tang Hao gritted his teeth fiercely, a bone-deep hatred flashing in his eyes, his face flushed red with anger. If not for him taking away the spirit bones from me and my big brother, how could our Clear Sky sect have fallen to this point? That anger, suppressed for so many years, was almost about to break through his chest. He took a deep breath and looked at Sword Douluo again. Sword Douluo, I challenge you from the spirit Douluo realm. Do you dare to take my 3 hammer strikes head-on? The Tang clan's unique, divine skill, once activated, the opponent must take it head-on, with absolutely no possibility of dodging. Why wouldn't I dare? Sword Douluo's gaze sharpened, his sword intent suddenly surging. I want to see what kind of power your 3 hammer strikes have. Uncle Sword, beware of a trap, Ning Fengzhai hurriedly warned, feeling a faint sense of unease in his heart. Tang Hao was by no means a reckless person. Such an action must have a backup plan. Fengzhai, rest assured. Sword Douluo waved his hand, his face full of confidence. I am a level 96 titled Douluo. Even without using spirit abilities or martial soul true body, I can defeat him. In his view, there was an insurmountable chasm between a spirit Douluo and a titled Douluo. No matter how strong Tang Hao was, it was absolutely impossible for him to shake his foundation. Ning Fengzhai wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by the determination in Sword Douluo's eyes, and could only nod helplessly. Then Uncle Sword must be careful. He then gave a look to Bone Douluo, and the two retreated 10 zhang, leaving the space in the center of the arena to Tang Hao and Sword Douluo. Off stage. My god, is Tang Hao crazy? A spirit Douluo challenging a super Douluo. Isn't he too bold? Does he think he is still the Clear Sky Douluo Tang Hao from back then? Maybe he has some trump card. The Clear Sky sect's secret techniques are notoriously overbearing. I bet Sword Douluo wins. a level 96 super Douluo, taking 3 hammer strikes from a spirit Douluo should be easy peasy, right? Hard to say. Tang Hao dares to do this, he must be confident. The waves of discussion were more intense than before, everyone staring intently at the stage, their hearts pounding. Sword Douluo no longer hesitated. As his spirit power surged, a long sword exuding chilling killing intent appeared in his hand. It was the 7-kill sword. Endless killing Kai circulated on the sword, the surrounding air becoming icy cold, and that overbearing sword aura made many low-level spirit masters offstage shiver. Tang Hao also released his spirit, a huge clear sky hammer appearing in his hand, the hammer body pitch black and covered with ancient patterns. 8 spirit rings rose around him, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black. His aura, while not reaching his peak period, was far beyond an ordinary spirit Douluo. Back when he fell from the titled Douluo realm to the spirit Douluo realm, there was 1 yellow spirit ring he could no longer fully control, so he could only mobilize 8 spirit rings. Tang Hao took a fierce step forward, the yellow spirit ring around him instantly dimming as he forcibly drew it into his body. With the second step, a purple spirit ring also disappeared. Step, the third step, the fourth step, the 7th step. With every step taken, a spirit ring was drawn into his body. The aura on his body surged at an astonishing speed, his muscles bulging, veins protruding, and he seemed to transform into a beast ready to pounce. After 8 steps, the last black spirit ring was also drawn into his body. There were no spirit rings visible around him, yet his aura had climbed to the peak. The 9th step. Tang Hao stepped again, and a strange and icy domain power suddenly erupted. It was the Slaughter God domain. But this domain only flashed for an instant, before he also forcibly restrained it. After this compression, Tang Hao's aura was pushed from a level 88 spirit Douluo to the level of a level 92 titled Douluo. The air around him was squeezed by his aura, emitting cracking explosions. Sword Douluo's pupils shrank, a look of gravity appearing on his face for the first time. The clear sky sect actually still has such a secret technique. This seems not like ring explosion. He could feel that Tang Hao's power was not gained by overdrawing, but compressed and condensed through some special method. The explosive power would likely be extremely terrifying. The crowd off stage was already dumbfounded. What happened? Why did Tang Hao's aura suddenly become so strong? 1 step stronger than the last. What secret technique is this? It's too terrifying. His current aura is definitely at the titled Douluo level. As expected of the Clear Sky sect, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. This foundation is truly deep. I take back what I said just now. These 3 hammer strikes, Sword Douluo won't have an easy time taking them. Chapter 119, Tang Hao's 3 hammers. First hammer, Sword Douluo, catch this. Tang Hao's eyes burned with battle intent, blood surged throughout his body, and the veins on his hands gripping the clear sky hammer bulged. He suddenly took a step and charged towards Sword Douluo. With every step he took, the arena beneath his feet trembled violently, leaving a 1-foot-deep crater with each stride, sending crushing stones flying. His strides were massive, covering a distance of 1 zhang with each step, charging towards Sword Douluo with the momentum of thunderous might. After a few steps, Tang Hao was already in front of Sword Douluo. With a twist of his waist, all his strength gathered in his right arm, and the clear sky hammer let out a sharp whistle as it tore through the air. It transformed into a pitch-black streak of light, fiercely smashing towards Sword Douluo's 7-kill sword. Sword Douluo's eyes narrowed, his wrist turned, and he held the 7-kill sword horizontally before his chest. A faint golden halo appeared on the blade, blocking it steadily. Clang! The moment the 2 top-tier tool spirits collided, a deafening sound of metal clashing rang out across the world. A shockwave spread from the 2 of them as the center, blowing away the dust at the edge of the arena for several zhang. The violent killing Kai contained in the clear sky hammer spread along the 7-kill sword, frantically pouring into Sword Douluo's sea of consciousness. Sword Douluo felt his spirit power stutter slightly. A wave of numbness traveled up his arm, and he was actually forced back several steps by this immense power before he could stabilize his stance, leaving a string of shallow marks on the arena floor. The audience below instantly erupted. He retreated. Sword Douluo actually retreated. How is this possible? Forced back by the first hammer, is this Tang Hao really just a spirit Douluo? Too strong, that's a level 96 super Douluo. Didn't you see, Sword Douluo hasn't even used a spirit ability yet. But Tang Hao hasn't used a spirit ability either. Look at Tang Hao's state, it's obvious he used some secret technique. This increase in strength is too ridiculous. Brother Hao, Tang Zyro looked at Tang Hao on the stage, a trace of excitement and worry flashing in his eyes. Dad, Tang Sen clenched his fists, his little face flushed red, and his eyes glittered with worship. He's back, my invincible dad is back. He knew in his heart that this was his father's ultimate move from his previous life, which had forced back the level 98 gold crocodile Douluo with 3 hammers, scaring him so much he dared not fight again. Now, although his father's spirit power was lower, it was more than enough to force back Sword Douluo. To help his father comprehend this move, he had dropped many hints over the years. Fortunately, his father's comprehension ability was astonishing, and he understood it instantly. Taking advantage of the gap while Sword Douluo retreated, the clear sky hammer in Tang Hao's hand suddenly expanded to several zhang in size, then rapidly shrank back to its normal size. However, the patterns on the hammer became clearer, emitting a more solid aura. This was the weaponized form of the martial soul true body, a realm that only a level 96 super Douluo could comprehend. But Tang Hao's comprehension ability had greatly increased in recent years, and his understanding of his spirit had entered a whole new domain, actually mastering it while still in the spirit Douluo realm. Sword Douluo stabilized his footing, looked at the clear sky hammer in Tang Hao's hand, and for the first time a look of shock appeared on his face. How is this possible? He is only a spirit Douluo. Second hammer, Sword Douluo, be careful, Tang Hao shouted, his voice filled with indomitable arrogance. He pressed forward again, the clear sky hammer tracing a strange arc in the air. The angle was tricky, and the power was even more violent than the first hammer. Sword Douluo dared not be negligent, and blocked with his sword horizontally again. Bang! Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to Infinite Novel Audio. The immense power arrived, and Sword Douluo's expression changed slightly. He exclaimed inwardly, "Not good, the power of this hammer is at least double that of the previous one." His feet carved 2 deep grooves into the arena, as he was pushed back continuously by an irresistible force. He retreated more than 10 zhang before barely stabilizing his stance, his arm already faintly numb. Damn, heaven-defying, is this really power that a spirit Douluo can unleash? The clear sky hammer is truly worthy of being the #1 tool spirit in the world. It lives up to its name. It's so terrifying after just the second hammer, I can't even imagine the third. The former clear sky Douluo truly lives up to the name, clear sky. Third hammer, bloodshot eyes filled Tang Hao's vision as he suddenly leaped, his body tracing an arc in the air. Inside his body, 6 spirit rings exploded in succession, turning into pure energy that surged into his limbs and bones. It wasn't that he didn't want to detonate more, but after losing several spirit bones, his body's durability could no longer support it. Detonating more would only exceed his load. It was better to stop here. As the spirit rings exploded, his aura surged again, even stronger than in his peak period. The air around him was compressed, emitting cracking sounds, and his aura reached its apex. Sword Douluo's pupils shrank. Feeling that violent power, he thought to himself, "Not good, the power of this hammer is at least double that of the second hammer. If I take it head-on, even if I'm not injured, I will definitely be pushed off the arena." 8th soul skill, moving mountains and filling seas. Sword Douluo let out a low shout, and the 7-kill sword shone brightly. Tang Hao's third hammer fell, and the two collided. Boom! A more violent explosion than before rang out. Dust flew on the arena, crushing stones splattered, and the center of the arena was forcefully sunken by several feet, forming a huge crater. Tang Hao was blown away by the shockwave of the explosion. He swung the clear sky hammer in the air, his body rotating to dissipate some of the force. Using momentum, he returned to the ground, smashing heavily onto the edge of the arena and creating a deep pit, with smoke and dust filling the air. A moment later, Tang Hao stood up from the pit. His clothes were disheveled, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes remained sharp, his back straight, carrying a pride of having honor even in defeat. After a few breaths, the smoke and dust dissipated. Sword Douluo floated in midair, his hair slightly messy, but his eyes became extremely fervent, with sword intent surging around him. Although he hadn't used his martial soul true body, nor the realm of human and sword as one, this Tang Hao was already qualified to be his opponent. Tang Hao glanced at Sword Douluo, slowly put away the clear sky hammer, and said in a calm yet clear voice, "3 moves have passed, my clear sky sect admits defeat." After saying this, he turned and walked off the arena, returning to the clear sky sect's team. Sword Douluo's mouth twitched, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. He had just started to get serious. Why did the other party admit defeat? The crowd below looked at Tang Hao's back, the murmurs even more intense than at any time before. Too strong. If this Tang Hao could return to being a titled Douluo, wouldn't he be able to go head-to-head with Sword Douluo? That third hammer just now was terrifying. It even forced Sword Douluo to use his 8th soul skill. A Spirit Douluo shaking a level 96 Super Douluo, and even forcing the other party to use their trump card, this record is enough to be proud of. The Clear Sky sect lost with honor. With this kind of strength, who dares to underestimate them? The name of the world's #1 tool spirit is truly not just empty talk. Qian Xunji's voice sounded at the right time. Clear Sky sect defeated. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School wins. From this moment on, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is established as the #1 sect in the world. Congratulations to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Schoolmaster Ning has great means. Sword Douluo is mighty. A chorus of congratulations rang out from below, and many sect elders offered their goodwill toward the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, their eyes filled with awe. Enning Fengzhai returned to the team. The smile on his face could no longer be hidden, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. For the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, to become the #1 sect in the world, was his long-cherished wish for many years. "Brother Hao, are you all right?" Tang Ziro hurriedly stepped forward, supporting Tang Hao, his eyes full of concern. "Big brother, I'm fine. I'll be better after resting for a few days." Tang Hao waved his hand. "Dad, in my heart, you are the strongest," Tang Sen ran over and said. Tang Hao touched his son's head, a trace of tenderness flashing in his eyes. "Good boy, Dad will work hard." "Tang Hao, well done. You've brought out the prestige of our Clear Sky sect," 7th Elder Tang Lai said excitedly. He knew in his heart that the Clear Sky sect could only show weakness now. Being able to force out the 8th soul skill of a level 96 titled Douluo at the Spirit Douluo realm was already a decent enough result. Sword Douluo looked at Tang Hao's back, thoughtful. This Tang Hao was truly worthy of his reputation. If given time to recover, he would likely be a thorny opponent again. Although the Clear Sky sect lost, they won back their dignity. Although the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School won, no one dared to underestimate the prestige of the Clear Sky Hammer again. Chapter 120, Tang Ziro vs. Yu Yuanzhen, Part 1. In half an hour, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect will face the Clear Sky sect to determine the second-ranked sect in the world. Qian Xunji's voice echoed across the plaza. He raised his left hand, and his external spirit bone, Earth Ring, lit up with a soft yellow glow once again. The arena, which had been sunken and shattered by the previous battle, saw its crushing stones automatically return to their places under the shroud of yellow energy, and the cracks slowly healed. In just a few breaths, it was restored to its original state, becoming even smoother and harder than before. Such effortless skill left the onlookers below secretly clicking their tongues in awe. Sect Master Tang Ziro of the Clear Sky sect and Sect Master Yu Yuanzhen of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect haven't even made their moves yet. This match will definitely be spectacular. I heard Sect Master Tang is only level 92. How could he possibly be a match for an old guard titled Douluo like Sect Master Yu? That's not necessarily true. Look at Tang Hao. He has that kind of combat power despite only being a spirit Douluo. Perhaps Sect Master Tang is also hiding his trump cards. Otherwise, how could he be the Sect Master? That makes sense. You can never judge people from the Clear Sky sect by common logic. The discussions below resumed, with eyes darting back and forth between the teams of the Clear Sky sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, anticipating the duel that would decide the second-ranked sect in the world. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Clear Sky sect, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, take the stage. Chrysanthemum Douluo's somewhat effeminate voice rang out. he stood at the edge of the arena, taking over the role of host. As the Supreme Pontiff, Qian Xunji had already provided enough face by starting the event. Naturally, he wouldn't continue to handle such trivial matters. Yu Yuanzhen flickered, lightning flashing around his body, and he landed in the center of the arena like a bolt of blue lightning. When his feet touched the ground, the arena trembled slightly. He looked up toward the clear sky sect, his battle intent undisguised in his eyes. Tang Xiero took a deep breath and leaped up, landing steadily opposite Yu Yuanzhen. The clear sky hammer appeared quietly in his hand. The hammer body was ancient and exuded a heavy aura. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Yuanzhen, level 96 Super Douluo. Yu Yuanzhen looked at Tang Xiero and spoke suddenly, his voice clearly reaching the entire audience. Once the fighting started, his cultivation level would be impossible to hide, so it was better to announce it himself. This could also enhance the prestige of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and deter those restless lower 4 sects. What level 96 Super Douluo Yu Yuanzhen actually achieved a breakthrough. Tang Xiero's pupils shrank, his hand gripping the clear sky hammer tightened, and his face was full of shock. The gap between level 96 and level 92 was like a chasm. This is trouble. Tang Hao's brows were tightly locked, and his heart sank to the bottom. A level 96 Super Douluo, how could Big Brother possibly be a match? No, I have to go up and help. 7th Elder, Tang Hao grabbed Tang Lai, who was about to step forward. He whispered, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect brought 3 Spirit Douluos and 5 Spirit Saints this time, while our Clear Sky Sect only has 2 Spirit Douluos and 1 Spirit Saint. If we go on stage, the rest of them will definitely follow. It will become a chaotic brawl, which is even more disadvantageous for us. Tang Lai said anxiously, but that is a level 96 Super Douluo Sect Master He. We can only trust Big Brother now. Tang Hao's tone was solemn. We must conserve our strength. Once we all lose our combat capability, those lower 4 sects won't miss this opportunity to kick us while we are down. Tang Lai's expression shifted, and in the end, he could only grit his teeth and nod, his eyes filled with worry. 7th Grandfather, trust Uncle, Tang Sen said. Uncle has made great progress these days, he will definitely have a way. Level 96, my god, is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect about to rise? The Clear Sky Sect is in danger. Tang Xiero is only level 92, how can he fight? The gap is too big, isn't it? I'm afraid the winner will be decided in less than 5 moves. Not necessarily. Doesn't the Clear Sky Sect have the Ring Explosion secret technique? Tang Chen used that to win the title of the #1 sect in the world back in the day. Tang Xiero can also use Ring Explosion. I've never heard of that. Hard to say, maybe there will be a surprise. On the stage, Tang Xiero took a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart, and the clear sky hammer in his hand shook violently. 9 spirit rings suddenly appeared, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black, exuding a powerful aura. Clear Sky Sect, Tang Xiero, level 92 titled Douluo. 9 spirit rings also rose around Yu Yuanzhen, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black, just like Tang Xiero's, but his aura was more solid and terrifying than Tang Xiero's. His right arm suddenly surged, covered with a layer of blue-green scales, and his 5 fingers transformed into sharp dragon claws. This was the dragon transformation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. He didn't intend to waste time, he just wanted a quick victory and to knock Tang Xiero off the stage directly. He wasn't sure about Qian Xunji's intentions, but winning this match was crucial for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Yu Yuanzhen exerted force with his feet, creating a shallow pit in the arena beneath him, and his figure rushed toward Tang Xiero like an arrow released from a bow. His right dragon claw was wrapped in crackling lightning, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, heading straight for Tang Xiero's face. Tang Xiero's eyes tightened. Yu Yuanzhen was playing for real. He no longer held back, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Ring explosion. With his low shout, a total of 5 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black, suddenly exploded, transforming into 5 brilliant torrents of energy that flooded frantically into his body. His aura skyrocketed at an astonishing speed, his muscles bulged, and the clear sky hammer shone with brilliant light, forcibly pushing his power from level 92 to the level of 95. Several months ago, after they returned from the ice and fire yin-yang well, Tang Sen found Tang Hao and Tang Xiero. Dad, the Clear Sky sect currently only has Uncle as a title Douluo. Why don't you teach the ring explosion secret technique to Uncle? The spirit hall has been acting abnormally lately, and we need to settle down. If Uncle learns ring explosion, he can better protect the sect. Tang Xiero shook his head at that time. No, grandfather gave instructions that only one person per generation can practice ring explosion to prevent the secret technique from spreading. Uncle, the situation is special now. Tang San's tone was urgent. The Clear Sky sect needs to accumulate strength, and great-grandfather is still waiting for us to rescue him. Learning ring explosion is the fastest way to improve our strength right now. Tang Hao also advised from the side, Big brother, I think Little Sen is right. Now that you are the sect master of the Clear Sky sect, ring explosion is a unique skill of the sect, and the sect master should naturally master it. If grandfather blames us later, I will take full responsibility. Tang Xiero was silent for a long time. Looking at the expectant eyes of everyone around him, he finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, for the Clear Sky sect, I will learn this ring explosion secret technique. The essence of ring explosion is to forcibly destroy the spirit ring and absorb the violent energy within it. But this power is too overbearing and easily damages the body, so it must be guided by a special method. Tang Hao revealed the secret of ring explosion. At this moment, Yu Yuanzhen's dragon claw was close at hand, carrying destructive lightning power. Tang Xiero's eyes shot out a brilliant light. He poured the power gained from ring explosion into the Clear Sky hammer, swung the hammer violently, and smashed it fiercely toward the dragon claw. Boom! The moment the Clear Sky hammer collided with the dragon claw, the surrounding air trembled. The black hammer shadow and the blue-green lightning intertwined, forming a huge shockwave of energy that spread in all directions. The ground of the arena shattered inch by inch, smoke and dust filled the air, and even the air was torn apart, emitting a harsh, shrill sound. Tang Xiero only felt a massive force coming, his arm aching severely. He was shaken back repeatedly. Every step he took, a deep trench cracked open beneath his feet, and he retreated for several steps before stabilizing his figure. Even with ring explosion, he was still slightly inferior in strength. Yu Yuanzhen was also shaken back 3 steps, and the lightning on his dragon claw dimmed slightly. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Not bad, to be able to take my blow without falling at level 92, you are stronger than I imagined. But he didn't stop, raising his dragon claw again, the power of the lightning even more violent than before. Tang Xiero gripped the Clear Sky hammer tightly, his eyes still firm. Sect Master Yu, deciding the winner won't be that easy. The people below watched in stunned silence, forgetting even to breathe. My god, Tang Xiero actually knows ring explosion. That strike just now, the power probably approached level 96, right? The Clear Sky sect really didn't disappoint. This is the true peak duel. The peak duel is finally coming. It was worth traveling for 3 days straight. A middle-aged man, eating a sesame seed cake, watched with great interest. The 2 people confronting each other on the arena, one with flashing dragon claws, lightning like a dragon, the other with a heavy hammer shadow, aura like a mountain. Chapter 121, Tang Xiero vs. Yu Yuanzhen Part 2. Bangs, bangs, bang. On the arena, the sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. Tang Xiero's Clear Sky hammer and Yu Yuanzhen's dragon claw collided time and again, each contact sparking blinding flashes and violent airwaves. Neither used their spirit ability, yet both pushed their strength and speed to the limit, their figures darting across the arena at high speed, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Let alone ordinary spirit masters, even those at the Spirit King realm could only see blurred shadows and could not make out their specific movements at all. They could only feel that breathtaking power from the deafening sounds of impact and the constantly shattering arena. On the high platform in the distance, Qian Xunji turned his head to look at Qian Renxue beside him and asked indifferently, Xiero-shan, what are your thoughts on their battle? Qian Renxue frowned slightly, his eyes full of confusion. Father, they are both very strong, but there is one thing I cannot understand. Oh, let me hear it. You told me the principle of ring explosion. After using ring explosion, the spirit ability of that spirit ring cannot be used. Tang Xiero exploded 5 spirit rings, so his body is already under heavy load and has not fully adapted to the boost. It is normal that he is not using spirit ability. Qian Renxue paused and looked at the arena, but Yu Yuanjun is a 96th rank super Douluo. I can understand that since Tang Xiero is not using spirit ability, he finds it inconvenient to use his first due to his reputation. But why does he use his Dragon Claw to receive the Clear Sky Hammer head-on time and again? Does he not know that the destructive power of the Clear Sky Hammer lies entirely in the hammer body? With his thunder power, avoiding or using long-range attacks to deal with a Clear Sky Hammer Spirit Master should not be difficult. His face was full of bewilderment. He really could not understand Yu Yuanjun's tactics. Qian Xunji's lips curled slightly. Xiero Shan's analysis is very spot-on. Perhaps this is the persistence of their older generation. You must not learn from Yu Yuanjun. In actual combat, flexibility is the key. Qian Renxue nodded as if he understood. Sun understands, in actual combat, winning should be the priority. On the stage, the two had already fought for dozens of rounds. Tang Xiero's aura had clearly weakened. The boost from ring explosion began to fade, and his aura gradually fell back from approaching the 95th rank spirit power to the edge of the 94th rank. Fine beads of sweat seeped from his forehead, and the arm holding the Clear Sky Hammer trembled slightly. Yu Yuanjun remained calm, his left hand behind his back, only using his right dragon claw to respond. Although the thunder light on the cyan scales had dimmed, there was no sign of exhaustion. His hair was slightly messy, but his eyes remained sharp as lightning. Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun had been fighting one-handed the entire time. Tang Xiero, you are not my opponent, get down. Yu Yuanjun spoke, his voice tinged with impatience. He did not want to continue wearing Tang Xiero down. Tang Xiero panted heavily, but gritted his teeth, a flash of determination in his eyes. Thunder Douluo, it is too early to talk about victory or defeat. Before his voice faded, the sixth black spirit ring around him suddenly exploded, and another torrent of energy surged into his body, causing his aura to rise sharply. Seventh spirit skill, Clear Sky Avatar. Tang Xiero gave a low shout, and the Clear Sky Hammer swelled to several zhang in size. The patterns on the hammer body lit up, emitting a pressure that seemed to suppress the heavens and earth. Immediately after, he poured all his strength into the tip of the hammer and swung the giant hammer fiercely. Ninth spirit skill, Heaven-Shattering Strike. The pitch-black hammer shadow, carrying an aura that could tear the sky, smashed down towards Yu Yuanjun. Wherever it passed, the air was compressed into substance, emitting an unbearable, explosive sound. Yu Yuanjun's expression tightened, and he finally put away his contempt. Seventh spirit skill, Martial Soul True Body. Cyan blue light erupted from his body, and his figure swelled, transforming into a blue lightning tyrant dragon nearly 10 zhang long. Its dragon scales shimmered, its single horn was imposing, and 9-stage dragonification was fully activated. Every inch of muscle contained indescribable explosive power. Roar! The giant dragon roared, raising its dragon claw, gathering the lightning that filled the sky to meet that earth-shattering hammer. Bang! A deafening roar, as if the sky had cracked open. The giant hammer of the Clear Sky Avatar collided fiercely with the dragon claw of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and the violent energy formed a huge shockwave that spread in all directions. The entire arena was instantly swallowed by smoke and dust, crushing stones splashed, and even the spectators in the distance were blown back repeatedly by the airwaves. What happened? Who won? I can't see clearly, the smoke is too thick. The area below the stage was in an uproar. Everyone was standing on tiptoes, stretching their necks to look at the arena. Their hearts in their throats. Grandpa, did you see it clearly? A little girl with pigtails pulled on the sleeve of the old man beside her, asking anxiously, her little face full of tension. The old man stroked his beard, his eyes shining with excitement. Xiero Qi, don't be anxious, watch carefully. Such a peak battle is rarely seen in a lifetime. It would be a pity to miss it. After a few breaths, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the scene on the arena finally became clear. Tang Xiero knelt on one knee, his right hand gripping the Clear Sky Hammer, supporting his tottering body. Blood constantly overflowed from the corners of his mouth, his face was as pale as paper, and his aura was so weak it seemed it might extinguish at any moment. Yu Yuanjun had returned to human form. His upper garment had been blown apart in the collision, revealing solid bronze-colored muscles covered in fine wounds that were oozing blood. His hair was messy, but his eyes remained sharp, though his breathing was somewhat rapid. Tang Xiero admit defeat. Yu Yuanjun looked at him, his tone softening a little. As members of the upper three sects, there is no need to fight to the death. He really did not want to do as Qian Xunji wished, but this victory, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, had to take. He just didn't expect Tang Xiero to be so tenacious. Knocking him off the stage actually took so much effort. Tang Xiero slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, yet still carrying an unyielding light. He forced himself to stand up, took a deep breath, and with a brief moment of regulation, recovered a little strength, lifted the clear sky hammer again, and rushed towards Yu Yuanzhen. Sealing extreme, the clear sky hammer swept across, carrying the power to imprison space, blocking Yu Yuanzhen's path of evasion. Quaking extreme, the giant hammer smashed into the ground, and an invisible shockwave spread towards Yu Yuanzhen, interfering with the circulation of his spirit power. Rapping extreme, the hammer chain was whipped out, winding up like a spirit snake, attempting to bind Yu Yuanzhen's movements. The three extremes were used in succession, each move ruthless. These were all the trump card techniques of the Clear Sky sect. Yu Yuanzhen's eyes turned cold. 8th spirit skill, Thunder Domain. In an instant, with him as the center, a 100-meter range was covered by violent thunder. Cyan blue electric snakes slithered and sizzled, forming a domain of thunder and lightning. Tang Xiero's movements were clearly sluggish within the thunder domain, and his body was struck by electric currents from time to time, emitting a burnt smell. The two fought another dozen moves within the thunder domain. Tang Xiero relied entirely on willpower to hold on, his wounds increasing, and his movements becoming increasingly slow. Explode! A flash of madness crossed Tang Xiero's eyes as he exploded the last black spirit ring in his body. Violent energy surged into his limbs and bones, and his body began to rotate at high speed, like a black spinning top. The clear sky hammer continuously accumulated power during the rotation, and the surrounding air was stirred into a vortex. Great void-shattering hammer! Tang Xiero's voice carried endless exhaustion, yet contained an indomitable determination. His rotating body, carrying the giant hammer, transformed into a black stream of light, breaking through the obstacles of the thunder domain and crashing towards Yu Yuanzhen. Yu Yuanzhen's eyes shot out a sharp light, withdrawing all the power of the thunder domain back into his body. The thunder surrounding him suddenly contracted, condensing into a cyan blue thunder pillar that wrapped around his dragon claw. 5th spirit skill, Thunderous Might. The dragon claw and the rotating giant hammer collided again. Boom! This time there was no more suspense. A figure flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair, staining the sky red. Big Brother, Tang Hao roared, leaped up, and steadily caught Tang Xiero in midair, staggering a few steps upon landing before steadying himself. He looked down at the unconscious Tang Xiero, then looked up at Yu Yuanzhen on the arena, his eyes cold, but he said nothing, carrying Tang Xiero and turning back to the Clear Sky Sect's team. Uncle Tang Sen hurriedly ran forward, looking at the unconscious and weak-breathing Tang Xiero, his face full of worry. Tang Xiero opened his eyes with difficulty, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and said in a weak voice, "Little San, I am fine, just need to rest for a few days." Cough, cough. Before he could finish, he fainted again. Clear Sky Sect, is there anyone else coming on stage? Chrysanthemum Douluo's voice rang out across the square, carrying a touch of formulaic indifference. Seeing no response, he raised his voice again. This seat asks again, is there anyone else from the Clear Sky Sect coming on stage? The members of the Clear Sky Sect were pale, looking at each other. Tang Xiero was seriously injured, and unconscious Tang Hao had just experienced a great battle, and his origin Kai had not yet recovered, and Tang Lai's cultivation was insufficient. Where could they find anyone else to go on stage? Everyone's eyes were filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Since no one from the Clear Sky Sect is coming on stage, I announce, Chrysanthemum Douluo paused, his voice reaching the entire audience, the second sect in the world is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. There was a moment of silence below the stage, followed by an eruption of thunderous applause and cheers. Congratulations to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Sect Master Yu is mighty. Thunder Douluo is indeed worthy of his reputation. The disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect cheered excitedly, crowding around Yu Yuanzhen, their faces filled with pride. Yu Yuanzhen stood on the arena, looking at the lonely backs of the Clear Sky sect, and glanced at Qian Xunji on the high platform in the distance, a flash of complexity in his eyes. This victory did not come easily. And in the Clear Sky sect's team, Tang Hao held the unconscious Tang Zyro, his eyes dim and unclear. Tang San stood beside him, his small hands clenched tightly, thinking to himself, "One day I will let the Clear Sky sect return to the peak Yuanjin, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. You just wait for me." Chapter 122, Hu Yanzhen tramples Tang Lai. Chapter 121, Elephant Armored Academy runs wild, Clear Sky sect tarnished. Another half an hour passed, and the traces on the arena had been quietly smoothed over. Chrysanthemum Douluo stood at the edge of the stage, that signature effeminate smile on his face, his gaze sweeping over the more than 200,000 spirit masters below. He spoke in a clear voice, "The break is over. The currently established upper three sects are the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the Clear Sky sect." He paused, deliberately drawing out his tone. "Is there any sect that wishes to challenge the positions of the upper three sects?" Silence fell over the crowd below. People looked at one another, their eyes flickering, but no one responded. Many people's gazes drifted involuntarily toward the direction of the Clear Sky sect. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had two titled Douluo guarding it, and Yu Yuanjin of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was a 96th level Super Douluo. Only the Clear Sky sect had just gone through two fierce battles. Their sect master was severely injured, making them clearly the easiest gap to break through, but if one were to actually make a move, who had absolute certainty of success? "I will say this one more time, are there any challenges?" Chrysanthemum Douluo's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of urgency. "If there are no challenges, we will proceed to the battles of the lower four sects. I want to challenge the Clear Sky sect." A loud, resonant voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence. The crowd looked toward the source of the voice and saw the sect master of the Elephant Armored Academy, Hu Yanzhen, pushing through the crowd and striding out, a smile of certain victory on his face. "It's Hu Yanzhen of the Elephant Armored Academy. Is he crazy? After being suppressed by the Clear Sky sect for so many years, he still dares to challenge them." The wave of discussion below was noisier than at any time before, and everyone's eyes were focused on Hu Yanzhen, filled with shock and curiosity. Hu Yanzhen leaped, landing steadily on the arena. Looking down at the Clear Sky sect's team, his voice boomed like a bell. "Clear Sky sect, do you dare to accept the challenge?" His face was filled with arrogance, and the provocation in his eyes was undisguised. Replacing the Clear Sky sect would happen today. "Damn it, a mere lower four sect dares to be arrogant." From the Clear Sky sect's team, Tang Lai roared and fiercely leaped onto the arena. His eyes were filled with contempt. He didn't put Hu Yanzhen in his eyes at all. He was an 87th level Spirit Douluo, and Hu Yanzhen was only an 89th level Spirit Douluo. Relying on the power of the Clear Sky Hammer, he considered himself invincible within the Spirit Douluo realm. Hu Yanzhen looked at Tang Lai, who had leaped onto the stage, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The spirit power around him suddenly surged, and 9 spirit rings rose up, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. The pressure belonging to a titled Douluo was undeniably real. Elephant Armored Academy, Hu Yanzhen, 91st level titled Douluo. 9 rings, a titled Douluo. The contempt on Tang Lai's face instantly froze, replaced by shock. How did he become a titled Douluo? His heart skipped a beat, and he secretly cursed. A spirit Douluo and a titled Douluo were as different as clouds and mud. Tang San stood below the stage, a flash of surprise in his eyes, which was immediately replaced by deep confusion. What happened? According to the trajectory of his past life, Hu Yanzhen only advanced to titled Douluo after defecting to the Spirit Hall. Could it be that he defected early in this life? The changes after his rebirth were actually even greater than he had imagined. Enning Fengzhai's hand holding his cane paused slightly, and he exchanged a glance with the sword Douluo beside him, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. The Elephant Armored Academy had hidden themselves quite well. Yu Yuanjin raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Was the Clear Sky sect about to fall? Prince Xu Xing and Dai Weisi looked at each other, both seeing the solemnity in each other's eyes. What, are you afraid? Hu Yanzhen looked at the pale-faced Tang Lai, his tone even more disdainful. I suppose so. A mere spirit Douluo like you dares to challenge a titled Douluo. Call your sect master Tang Zyro up here. Perhaps he might still be able to take a few of my moves. Arrogant, Tang Lai's fighting spirit was stirred, and he roared. the clear sky hammer suddenly appeared in his hand, and 8 spirit rings circled his body. Today, I will let you know the might of the clear sky hammer, 8th soul skill, mountain splitting break. The clear sky hammer bore down on Hu Yanzhen with the momentum to split mountains and shatter stones. The wind from the hammer whistled, kicking up dust that filled the sky. Hu Yanzhen sneered disdainfully, his diamond mammoth spirit instantly possessing him. His body suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant nearly a zhang tall. His skin became as rough as rock and was covered in earthy yellow patterns. His arms were as thick as pillars, radiating an indestructible aura. He exerted force with his legs, and the arena beneath his feet cracked in response, yet his body nimbly shifted to the side, narrowly dodging the edge of the clear sky hammer. The wind from the hammer brushed past his body, tearing his clothes to shreds, but his rock-like skin remained completely unharmed. The diamond mammoth spirit was, by nature, a top-tier beast spirit that combined both strength and defense. Before Tang Lai could retract his move, Hu Yanzhen suddenly extended his left hand, grabbing Tang Lai's right hand that held the hammer like an iron pincer, and pulled hard. Tang Lai was caught off guard, his body instantly lost its balance, and he stumbled forward. Hu Yanzhen clenched his right hand into a fist, and with immense force, smashed it fiercely into Tang Lai's stomach. Tang Lai only felt his abdomen churning violently. Acid mixed with bile gushed out, and his body couldn't stop flying backward. But Hu Yanzhen's offensive did not stop. He exerted force with his left hand, dragging the airborne Tang Lai back, and then raised his knee, slamming it fiercely into Tang Lai's chest. Tang Lai let out a miserable scream as his body flew upward again, blood spraying wildly from his mouth and nose. How is this possible? Tang Lai was dumbfounded in midair, his eyes filled with despair. I was sent flying, without any ability to fight back. Impossible. I am an 87th level spirit Douluo with the clear sky hammer spirit. He could not accept, no matter what, that he could be crushed so easily. Hu Yanzhen grinned viciously, leaped into the air, clasped his hands together above his head, gathered all his strength, and smashed down fiercely at Tang Lai. Bang! Tang Lai was like a doll with broken strings, slamming heavily onto the arena, creating a deep pit in the hard stone slabs. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining the ground beneath him red. Hu Yanzhen landed from the air, twisted his body in midair, and charged up his right leg, slamming it heavily onto Tang Lai's chest with a sound that tore through the air. Tang Lai sprayed another large mouthful of blood, his eyes unfocused and his breath fadding. Clear sky hammer, is that it? Hu Yanzhen looked down at Tang Lai beneath his feet, his face full of mockery. Tang Hao stood below the stage, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles white, his eyes bloodshot. He stared fixedly at Hu Yanzhen on the arena, huge waves churning in his heart. How is it possible? Even if he is a titled Douluo, it shouldn't be this easy, right? 7th Elder has the clear sky hammer spirit. Hu Yanzhen's strength far exceeded his expectations. Below the stage. My god, Hu Yanzhen is actually this strong. An 87th level spirit Douluo with the clear sky hammer was insta-killed by him. Is this the strength of a titled Douluo? The gap is too big. The clear sky sect is finished now. They can't even beat the Elephant Armored Academy. I said Hu Yanzhen must have a trump card to dare to challenge them, so he had broken through to titled Douluo. Now the position of the upper 3 sects is in jeopardy. I'm afraid the clear sky sect is going to be pushed out. Chapter 123, Tang Hao takes the stage again. Clear sky sect, does anyone else dare to take the stage? If there is no one left, then the position of the 3rd-ranked sect in the world will belong to my Elephant Armored Academy. Hu Yanzhen stood in the center of the arena, his voice loud and clear, carrying unconcealed pride. The ground beneath his feet was covered in cracks from the previous intense battle, which only served to highlight his burly figure and overbearing aura. I will come. With an angry shout, Tang Hao leaped onto the arena. Returning this to you, Hu Yanzhen glanced at him, then raised his foot and kicked the unconscious Tang Lai away, his movements carrying deliberate humiliation. Tang Hao's eyes turned sharp, his figure moving like lightning as he steadily caught Tang Lai in midair. Upon touching him, he felt only searing heat. It was the temperature of blood. He handed Tang Lai over to Spirit King Disciple off the stage, and turned to look at Hu Yanzhen. His expression was so gloomy it could drip water, and the spirit power around his body was faintly boiling, as if it would erupt at any moment. A haughty smile hung on Hu Yanzhen's face, but he was calculating in his heart. Having just joined Spirit Hall, it was the perfect time to perform well. After their great battle, Tang Ziro and Yu Yuanzhen had suffered severe damage to their origin Kai, and it was absolutely impossible for them to take the stage again. The Clear Sky sect now only had 2 Spirit Douluo left. Tang Hao had just fought a fierce battle with Sword Douluo, and his spirit power had not yet recovered, so he was nothing to fear. A few days ago, when Qian Xunji summoned him alone, he had specifically pointed out the weaknesses of the Clear Sky Hammer. Even if Tang Hao was in his prime, he would have nothing to fear. In the cognition of spirit masters on the continent, the Clear Sky Hammer belonged to the semi-limit style, yet it combined both power and speed. That heavy hammer had never slowed down the movements of a Clear Sky Hammer spirit master. Instead, because of its astonishing power and the coordination with a not weak physical body, it had become the nightmare of countless spirit masters. But that day, the Supreme Pontiff had revealed the secret of the Clear Sky Hammer. A Clear Sky Hammer at the 10th rank of a Spirit Master weighed 500 catties, but in the user's hands, it only felt like 50 catties. Such terrifying weight manipulation allowed a 10th rank Spirit Master to swing the hammer with a force of 2,000 to 3,000 catties. Once they became a titled Douluo, the weight of the hammer could reach over 10,000 catties, and combined with the power and speed of a titled Douluo, the force delivered could multiply dozens or even hundreds of times. Yet when they held it, they still only felt 1/10 of the weight. This was the root of why their speed was not inferior to their peers. The Clear Sky Hammer has 2 fatal weaknesses. Qian Xunji's voice still echoed in his ears from that time. First, it fears long-range attacks. Once distance is opened up and close combat is impossible, its advantages vanish completely. Second, its physical body strength is far inferior to its appearance. It looks formidable, but in reality, it is only stronger than ordinary battle spirit masters. As long as one encounters a spirit master with physical qualities far exceeding their own, and does not make direct contact with the Clear Sky Hammer, one can suppress them in close combat. Hu Yanzhen recalled his exchange with Tang Lai just now, further confirming the Supreme Pontiff's words. Tang Lai's hammer-swinging speed looked fast, but in reality, it was only equivalent to the level of a spirit saint. After his own spirit possession, even if he were carrying a 5,000 catty heavy hammer, his speed could still exceed the opponent's. Regarding those 4 heavy blows just now, if it had been him, he would have at most spit out some sour water. It would be absolutely impossible to be as pathetic as Tang Lai. Looking at it this way, the Clear Sky sect's physical body was indeed not as good as its reputation. You will pay the price for your actions. Tang Hao's voice was cold and bone-piercing. Heh, it's just an arena match. Are you saying only your Clear Sky sect is allowed to hit people, and others aren't allowed to fight back? Hu Yanzhen sneered, spittle flying, Clear Sky sect truly shameless. A wave of agreement immediately erupted from off the stage. Sect Master Hu Yan is right. Even the upper 3 sects cannot bully others by relying on their power. Exactly, if you lose, you lose. Why act so high and mighty? Has the Clear Sky sect bullied other sects any less in the past? Now it's their turn to taste it. Many spirit masters from small and medium-sized sects clapped and cheered. Watching the Clear Sky sect fall from its pedestal seemed even more gratifying than their own sects advancing. HMPH, useless to say more. Killing intent radiated from Tang Hao's eyes. Today, I will make you crawl off this stage horizontally. Before the words had even finished, the Clear Sky Hammer in his hand suddenly expanded to a length of over a zhang, then immediately contracted sharply, returning to its normal size. The patterns on the hammer body swirled, emitting an aura more solidified than before. This was exactly the weaponization of the martial soul true body. An ordinary spirit saint's martial soul true body would leave them weak for several days after one use. For a spirit Douluo, the time limit was greatly reduced, but a titled Douluo could use it continuously as long as they had spirit power. Tang Hao had once been a titled Douluo and considered himself to have extraordinary talent, so he had no restrictions on using his martial soul true body. Welcome, Hu Yanzhen gave a low shout, his diamond mammoth spirit possessing him once again. His figure surged to 1 zhang, his skin as hard as rock, and yellow spirit power swirled around his body, his aura fierce. Tang Hao stopped wasting words, raised his Clear Sky Hammer, and charged up. The hammer body brought up a whistling gale as it smashed towards Hu Yanzhen, faster than when he had dealt with sword Douluo. He was clearly truly enraged. Hu Yanzhen dared not be slow. His massive body was surprisingly agile, dodging to the right and narrowly avoiding the hammer's edge. The wind from the hammer brushed past his cheek, cutting off several strands of hair behind his ear. Tang Hao missed his first strike, his wrist turning rapidly as the clear sky hammer swept horizontally, smashing towards Hu Yanzhen's side with immense force. The angle of this hammer strike was tricky, impossible to dodge. Hu Yanzhen's eyes narrowed, his left arm blocking his chest as a brilliant yellow light flared on his skin. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to infinite novel audio. With a crisp clang, the clear sky hammer struck his arm and was actually bounced back several inches. Hu Yanzhen felt his arm go numb, but he used this force to retreat rapidly. While creating distance, he formed his right hand into a fist, striking towards Tang Hao's ribs with a wind-breaking sound. He was looking for an opportunity, wanting to grab Tang Hao's right hand holding the hammer, just as he had dealt with Tang Lai, to completely control the battle. Tang Hao had long been prepared, using his left foot as an axis, his body suddenly rotating. While dodging the fist, the clear sky hammer was lifted from bottom to top, pointing straight at Hu Yanzhen's chin. The tip of the hammer glimmered with cold light, carrying a sharp whistle that tore through the air. Hu Yanzhen tilted his head back to avoid it, but his neck was still swept by the hammer wind, leaving a bloody streak. He was secretly shocked in his heart. This Tang Hao was indeed much stronger than Tang Lai, but his mouth did not spare him. Is that all the strength you have, and you dare to speak insolently? While speaking, he lunged forward, his left arm whipping out like a steel whip, forcing Tang Hao to bring the hammer back to block. Taking advantage of this gap, his right hand reached out like an iron pincer to grab the wrist where Tang Hao held the hammer. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, his wrist flipping, and the clear sky hammer rotated flexibly in his palm. While avoiding the grab, the hammer handle slammed backward, hitting Hu Yanzhen squarely in the chest. Hu Yanzhen let out a muffled groan and retreated half a step, but a sinister smile flashed in his eyes. Close combat was exactly what he wanted. The two instantly became entangled in battle. Tang Hao's clear sky hammer danced tightly, each strike carrying the momentum to split mountains and crack stones. Hu Yanzhen relied on his formidable physical body, dodging left and right, occasionally counterattacking at close range. His pair of iron fists whistled with wind, specifically targeting Tang Hao's weaknesses. Crushing stones splashed on the arena, air waves rolled, and the two figures shuttled at high speed through the dust and smoke, the sounds of collision and angry shouts endless. The crowd off the stage watched with wide eyes, holding their breath. Tang Hao, come on. Sect Master, hold on, knock him down. The position of the upper three sects will be ours. This is what you call a battle. It's much better to watch than before. The more Tang Hao fought, the more shocked he became. Hu Yanzhen's defense and speed far exceeded his expectations, especially that tempered physical body, which could actually take several of his hammer blows without falling. What was even more troublesome was that the opponent seemed to know his attack patterns like the back of his hand, always able to avoid vital points in advance, and from time to time trying to get close to control his right hand. This was definitely not a coincidence. Could he know the secret of the clear sky hammer? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hu Yanzhen, on the other hand, fought with increasing ease, sneering in his heart. The Supreme Pontiff was indeed right. Although Tang Hao's physical body was stronger than Tang Lai's, it was still limited. If this drags on, once his spirit power is insufficient, that will be my opportunity. Chapter 124, The Suppressed Tang Hao. No, if this continues, I will inevitably be the first to exhaust my spirit power. Tang Hao felt anxious. Every block made his arms go numb. Hu Yanzhen's fists were like heavy hammers, smashing against his defense one after another, shaking him until his blood roiled. He had to create distance. Only then could the true power of the clear sky hammer be unleashed. As the thought arose, Tang Hao spun sharply, using the force from blocking with the hammer handle to retreat rapidly, attempting to put distance between himself and Hu Yanzhen. But he had only retreated 3 feet before Hu Yanzhen stuck to him like a shadow, his massive frame surprisingly agile. His right leg whipped out, sweeping toward Tang Hao's lower body with a whistling sound, forcing him to bring his hammer back down to defend, once again falling into close-quarters combat. Hu Yanzhen's speed was clearly faster than Tang Hao's. No matter which direction Tang Hao dodged, he could always anticipate it, stepping forward to block his path. Those heavy footsteps felt as if they were stomping on Tang Hao's heartbeat. Each time he closed in, he brought a mountain-like pressure, making it impossible for Tang Hao to unleash any techniques that required charging. Want to create distance? Don't even think about it, Hu Yanzhen sneered, his fists raining down like raindrops. The wind of his punches carried earth-yellow spirit power, with every strike aiming directly at Tang Hao's openings. In this kind of close-quarters brawl, neither of them could use spirit abilities. Releasing a spirit ability required a momentary charge, but they were too close. The slightest pause would be seized by the opponent. Once a spirit ability was interrupted, not only would the spirit power be wasted, but it would also leave an opening, turning them into a living target for the other. Neither dared to take the risk. The two exchanged blows on the arena, brawling for dozens of rounds. Hu Yanzhen's iron fists struck Tang Hao's shoulder 3 times and his ribs twice. Each collision made Tang Hao grunt, and the blood overflowing from the corners of his mouth stained the black robe on his chest. Meanwhile, Tang Hao's clear sky hammer struck Hu Yanzhen's chest 5 times and his arms twice. Yet the opponent's rock-like skin only showed a few white marks. Not even the skin was broken, as if those heavy strikes were merely scratching an itch. So that's it, so that's how it is. Off the stage, Yu Yuanzhen watched the situation on the arena, nodding slowly, a flash of realization in his eyes. Big brother, what exactly is going on? Yu Luomian, standing beside him, looked confused. Isn't Tang Hao's attack power formidable? Even if his spirit power hasn't recovered, he shouldn't be getting suppressed and beaten by a level 91 titled Douluo. Right. Yu Yuanzhen glanced at him and said indifferently, as everyone knows, beast spirits are stronger than tool spirits in the early stages. After spirit possession, beast spirits can provide stronger physical enhancements. However, after becoming a spirit saint, with the appearance of the martial soul true body, the enhancements for tool spirit masters surpass them, and beast spirit masters gradually lose their advantage. What does this have to do with Tang Hao's current situation? Yu Luomian still didn't understand. Where does the power of a hammer come from? Yu Yuanzhen pointed to the arena. It lies in the weight and speed of the hammerhead, but as long as one doesn't make direct contact with the hammerhead, that power cannot be unleashed. Look at Hu Yanzhen. He stays close to Tang Hao the whole time, attacking Tang Hao's body, and Tang Hao can only use the hammer handle to defend. The force of the hammer handle is far inferior to the hammerhead. Oh, Yu Luomian suddenly realized, his eyes brightening instantly. Does that mean that in the future, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Masters, as long as they engage in close-quarters combat like Hu Yanzhen, could also suppress and beat Clear Sky Sect Spirit Masters? His eyes were full of excitement, as if he had already seen the scene of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect suppressing the Clear Sky Sect. Yu Yuanzhen hummed non-committally and cast his gaze back to the arena. Things were not that simple. Tang Hao's hidden strength was far from exhausted. On the other side, within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Schools group, Ning Fengzhai's gaze fell on the arena, and he asked, "Uncle Sword, have you seen anything?" Sword Douluo's eyes were as sharp as swords, and he said in a deep voice, "Hu Yanzhen is very clever. The power of the Clear Sky Hammer lies in the weight of the hammerhead and their self-created spirit abilities, but after Hu Yanzhen gets close, Tang Hao has no chance to unleash those techniques that require charging. Moreover, Hu Yanzhen is, after all, a titled Douluo, and his spirit power is thicker than Tang Hao's. If this continues..." "Create distance," Bone Douluo interjected from the side, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Does Tang Hao have the ability to do that? His speed is much slower than Hu Yanzhen's, he can't break away at all, at most 50 rounds and he will certainly be defeated. Realization flashed in Ning Fengzhai's eyes, so that was it. Hu Yanzhen was using this most direct method to seize the lifeline of the Clear Sky Hammer. On the arena, Tang Hao barely blocked a heavy punch from Hu Yanzhen, feeling his arms go numb, and the hammer handle nearly slipped from his grip. He panted heavily, looking at Hu Yanzhen, who stood before him like an iron tower, and scolded coldly, "You are also a sect master. Do you only know how to use this kind of street hooligan fighting style? To deal with you, do I even need to use spirit abilities?" Hu Yanzhen sneered, his fists pressing forward again. "Tang Hao, don't think too highly of yourself. I am a titled Douluo. Do I need to go to such lengths to deal with you?" Tang Hao roared and held his hammer horizontally in front of his chest. With a muffled bang, the iron fist collided with the hammer handle. Tang Hao was shaken and retreated 3 steps, spiderweb-like cracks appearing under his feet. He looked at Hu Yanzhen's unscathed appearance, and his anxiety grew even more. This Hu Yanzhen was simply like a piece of tough meat. No matter how he hit him, he wouldn't budge. This Hu Yanzhen was like a stubborn plaster. No matter how hard he tried to shake him off, he couldn't. Tang Hao gritted his teeth. If this continued, he would sooner or later be exhausted. He had to create distance at any cost. The Clear Sky sect disciples off the stage each clenched their fists, but could only watch helplessly as Tang Hao was suppressed, anxious as ants on a hot pan. Tang Sun stood in the crowd, his face tense, but his eyes were thinking rapidly. Hu Yanzhen's fighting style looked savage, but in reality, it precisely countered the Clear Sky hammer. To break the situation, he had to find a way to create distance so that Dad's Clear Sky hammer could unleash its true power. Just as the thought arose in Tang Hao's mind, Hu Yanzhen's whip leg swept over like a gale. Tang Hao hurriedly took 2 steps back, narrowly dodging it, but his pant leg was torn by the fierce wind, and a bloody scratch was left on his exposed calf. Before he could steady himself, Hu Yanzhen was already in his face again. His left fist aimed straight for his face, and his right fist was coiled and ready, sealing off all directions for him to dodge. Now is the time. A flash of determination crossed Tang Hao's eyes. Ignoring his hidden injuries, he forcibly activated that power, the Slaughter God domain. In an instant, a cold, bone-chilling killing intent erupted from within Tang Hao's body. A black and red airflow spread out, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to freeze. That killing intent was not aimed at the body, but pierced directly into the sea of consciousness, carrying endless slaughter and despair, causing one's mind to shake violently. Hu Yanzhen felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness, as if it had been pierced by countless ice needles, and his movements slowed for a split second. It was this split-second delay that gave Tang Hao an opening. Tang Hao seized this fleeting gap and retreated rapidly, his figure like lightning. In one breath, he retreated several zhang, finally putting enough space between himself and Hu Yanzhen. He leaned on the Clear Sky hammer, panting heavily. The forced activation of the Slaughter God domain made his head ache as if it were splitting, and his vision went black in waves. But a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The distance had been opened. Next, it was time to let Hu Yanzhen taste the true power of the Clear Sky hammer. Hu Yanzhen shook his head to clear the stinging pain in his sea of consciousness. Looking at Tang Hao several zhang away, his expression turned grave for the first time. That killing intent from just now had actually made him feel a sense of palpitation. Upon seeing this, the crowd off the stage erupted into exclamations. He's created distance. Tang Hao has finally created distance. Was that just now the Slaughter God domain? What terrifying killing intent. Now we're in for a good show. Tang Hao is going to counterattack. Chapter 125, Tang Hammer gets his face stomped. Luan Paifeng. A low shout erupted from Tang Hao's throat, and his body suddenly spun in place. The Clear Sky hammer transformed into a blurry black shadow in his hands, accompanied by a sharp whistle that tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, he had swung it over a dozen times like a violent storm. The hammer shadows overlapped, each strike carrying the force to crumble mountains and split stones. The surrounding airflow was churned into a vortex, and the stone floor cracked in response, with spiderweb-like patterns spreading rapidly. Hu Yanzhen's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating, he sank his waist and stood firm, his right fist gathering earthy yellow spirit power, meeting the foremost hammer shadow like a cannonball fired from a chamber. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening, and a shockwave exploded from the center of the two, kicking up crushing stones into the sky. Hu Yanzhen felt a violent force explode along his arm. As his blood surged, he staggered back 3 steps, the stone floor beneath his feet shattering inch by inch. A tingling sensation spread from his fist, and even his finger bones were trembling. He shook his wrist and raised an eyebrow. This Clear Sky hammer was truly heavy. Tang Hao was similarly shaken, retreating 7 steps, each step smashing deep footprints into the ground. But he used the momentum to spin, his wrists turning rapidly, and the Clear Sky hammer rose again, the hammer shadows becoming even denser. A few breaths later, Watch closely, this is the true clear sky hammer. Tang Hao's voice exploded amidst the sound of the hammers, carrying an unstoppable domineering aura. His eye corners were flushed red from the exertion, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Hu Yanzhen's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and the earthy yellow spirit power around him suddenly surged. Seventh spirit skill, martial soul, true body. A massive phantom of a brickstone mammoth rose from the ground behind him, nearly 10 zhang high. Its tusks were rugged like white jade, and its body was covered in thick, rock-like armor, emitting a heavy aura like a collapsing mountain. Hu Yanzhen's figure expanded along with it, fine rock patterns appearing on the surface of his skin, and his aura climbed steadily. Welcome! Tang Hao's eyes erupted with a scorching light. Instead of fear, he was even more excited. The last black spirit ring suddenly lit up, and a blinding black light rose from the clear sky hammer, heaven-shattering strike. The hammer carried the momentum of tearing through the sky, like a falling meteorite, smashing fiercely toward Hu Yanzhen. Wherever it passed, the air was compressed into a visible wall of air, and space itself rippled. Under the stage, everyone held their breath. Enning Fengzhai's gaze was locked tightly on that black hammer shadow. Sword Douluo's sword intent was awe-inspiring, ready to strike at any moment. Yu Yuanzhen's brows were locked tight, his face full of gravity. Prince Yuzing and Dai Weisi exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. The real showdown was about to begin. Just as the clear sky hammer was about to collide with the mammoth phantom, a strange arc suddenly curled at the corner of Hu Yanzhen's mouth. Withdraw! The earthy yellow spirit power suddenly retracted, the mammoth phantom instantly dissipated, and Hu Yanzhen's figure jumped backward with an agility that belied his size, slipping out of the clear sky hammer's attack range like a loach. Boom! The clear sky hammer smashed heavily onto the stage. The immense power, having lost its target, poured down entirely. The center of the circular stage exploded instantly. A giant pit several zhang deep appeared before everyone's eyes, crushing stones splattered like arrows, and dust filled the air, obscuring the entire stage. Yo, not bad power. Hu Yanzhen hovered in midair, patting the dust off his body, his tone playful. Do you still have the strength for another hammer, Tang Hao? The dust gradually cleared. Tang Hao was half kneeling on the ground, leaning on the clear sky hammer, his chest heaving violently, his face pale as paper, blood constantly overflowing from the corners of his mouth. The 81 hammers of the disorder-splitting wind hammer method, plus this final heaven-shattering strike, had almost drained all his spirit power. He stared at Hu Yanzhen in midair in disbelief, his eyes unfocused, his lips moving. Why? He had clearly seen the other party preparing to take it head-on. How could he have suddenly dodged? Before he could figure it out, Hu Yanzhen swooped down like an eagle, his right fist carrying the sound of breaking air, smashing fiercely into Tang Hao's chest. Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground in front of him red. The ground sank, emitting a dull thud. Hu Yanzhen followed closely, stepping on Tang Hao's lower abdomen, then grinding several more kicks into his chest, and incidentally stomping on his face twice. What, weren't you very brave just now? Continue. He looked down at Tang Hao on the ground. I am right here, this time I won't dodge or evade. If you have the ability, give me another hammer. Tang Hao's eyes became completely unfocused, the color faded from his face, and his remaining strength was severed by these heavy blows. He opened his mouth but only coughed up more bloody foam, his vision went black, and he passed out completely. Passed out already? Hu Yanzhen sneered, lifted his foot, and kicked Tang Hao off the stage. People from the Clear Sky sect really can't take a beating. Brother Hao. Under the stage, Tang Ziro dragged his severely injured body and stumbled forward, steadily catching the falling Tang Hao. The violent movement tugged at the wound on his chest, and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood, staining the clothes on his chest red, his face becoming even paler. Uncle, are you okay? Tang Sen quickly ran over to support Tang Ziro, the usual gentleness fading from his face, leaving only a coldness that did not match his age. He first checked Tang Hao's breath, then reached out to place his hand on his wrist pulse. Feeling the weak but stable pulse, his tense jawline relaxed slightly. Thankfully, it was just a feint. Little San, take care of your father. Tang Ziro carefully handed Tang Hao to Tang San, his voice so weak it was almost inaudible, each word accompanied by a cough. Tang San took his father, placed him gently on the ground, and then slowly raised his head, looking at Hu Yanzhen on the stage. Those eyes no longer held their usual clarity, only an ice-tempered sharpness remained. He said word by word, "Hu Yanzhen, you have humiliated my father in such a way, you have already paved your own path to death." On the stage, Hu Yanzhen looked around at the Clear Sky Sect team below and said loudly, "Clear Sky Sect, is there anyone else coming up? I will take care of you all today." His face was full of arrogance. Wherever his gaze swept, the disciples of the Clear Sky Sect all lowered their heads in shame. Their clenched fists exposed their unwillingness, but no one dared to answer. Tang Xiao was severely injured. Tang Lai and Tang Hao were unconscious. There was no one left in the sect who could contend. For a long time, there was dead silence under the stage. Chrysanthemum Douluo walked slowly onto the stage, cleared his throat, and announced in his signature effeminate voice, "No one from the Clear Sky Sect has come on stage. I announce, the Elephant Armored Academy is the new member of the upper three sects." He paused and added, "Due to the severe injuries of the Clear Sky Sect personnel, today's selection of the 7 great sects ends here and will continue tomorrow." The reactions under the stage were varied. The disciples of the Elephant Armored Academy instantly erupted into earth-shattering cheers, hugging and jumping, their eyes filled with tears of excitement. Years of suppression were completely released at this moment, and they had finally replaced the Clear Sky Sect, joining the ranks of the upper three sects. Many spirit masters from small and medium-sized sects also cheered along, their eyes looking at the Clear Sky Sect with a bit of schadenfreude. This position of the #1 sect in the world had been held for too long. But some people from the old-established sects shook their heads, watching the lonely backs of the Clear Sky Sect members, a trace of sighing flashing in their eyes. Yu Yuanzhen sighed, turned around, and left quietly with the people from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Ening Fengzhai's gaze fell on Tang San. That child, holding his father with cold eyes, looked exactly like Tang Hao in his youth, but with a bit more forbearance that Tang Hao lacked. He tapped his cane lightly with his fingertips, deep in thought. Tang Xiao was supported by disciples, Tang San carried the unconscious Tang Hao, and the group walked slowly away. Hu Yanzhen stood on the stage, accepting the cheers of the Elephant Armored Academy disciples, his face full of triumph. He looked up at Qian Xunji on the high platform in the distance, and bowed slightly. The stage does not allow killing or crippling people. This has always been the rule. He believed that the Supreme Pontiff would be very satisfied with the results on the stage. Qian Xunji watched all this, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That's it for today's chapter. If you enjoyed it, like, comment, and subscribe to Infinite Novel Audio. For more stories, check out my other channel AI Otaku Studio, and I'll see you in the next chapter.